up funding round 2 such that we might fund the Clumpton Relief Road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his reminder. I do need no reminder about the importance of levelling up. That's why my colleagues and I were indeed elected in 2019. We will bring forward our answers on round 2 by the end of this year.
Paula Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How can the Minister claim to be levelling up when his government has presided over a net loss in funding for large parts of the country, such as the North West, which will lose out by $206 million under the Shared Prosperity Fund? Wow.
Well, I can absolutely defend our record on levelling up. There's a £4.8 billion levelling up fund, which is transforming opportunities across this country. And she need only look at the response of communities across the North West to our manifesto in 2019, when we were joined by so many fantastic colleagues from that region on this side of the House, to see that people buy into that vision.
Vital Girls.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When the Secretary of State launched the Levelling Up Fund, it was denounced by the Scottish nationalist government in Holyrood as a power grab. But now, of course, SNP MPs and SNP councils are only too eager to apply to the Levelling Up Fund and to benefit from it.
Hypocrites.
What conclusions does my right honourable friend draw from the vast divergence between the rhetoric of Nicola Sturgeon and the reality of SNP MPs who want all the financial benefits of being in the United Kingdom?
Well, this is a very fitting opportunity to pay tribute to my right honourable friend for all his work in this department. Such a fantastic champion, not just for levelling up, but for the Union as well. And as he rightly says, on this day of all days, when Nicola Sturgeon is bringing forward her vision, it is particularly ironic that we hear so much about the strength of the Union and the support that it offers to communities across Scotland to benefit their constituents.
Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As part of the government's commitment on levelling up, major transport projects we were told would be secured. There is no bigger major transport project in Wales than closing the level crossing in Pencoed in my Ogmore constituency. This opens up the gateway down to Swansea and down to Pembrokeshire. The project costs in excess of £20 million. If the Secretary of State wants to commit to the people of Wales, he should fund the level crossing closure, improve all the area around Pencoed and ensure my constituency gets the money it was promised.
That's right.
The honourable gentleman makes a very passionate case for this project. It's something which obviously needs to be considered in the round, including by my colleagues at DFT, but we've certainly heard him today. And there is no doubt, as the government has already set out, that accelerating the infrastructure that unlocks growth is a key priority for this government.
Mark Pritchard.
Whilst I support the government's levelling up agenda, and clearly this funding, there is some concern in some rural parts of England in particular, and also Shropshire and the semi-rural borough of Telford and Wrekin, that perhaps some areas in the West Midlands are being overlooked. So could the Secretary of State reassure my constituents that the bids for both Telford and Wrekin and Shropshire Council on electric buses and regeneration of Wellington will not be overlooked in this second round?
Most certainly give him that assurance, and I know that, thanks to his efforts not least, there will never be any chance of his part of the world being ignored.
So the Minister Alex Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's levelling up plans have made so little impact that they've had to resort to paying local newspapers to place positive stories in their publication. That's right, they are paying for positive coverage. Now, these ads breach Advertising Standards Authority rules and have subsequently been banned. This is a risible episode. Will the Secretary of State come clean with the only conclusion that can be drawn from this, that levelling up is a sham?
No, I'm afraid I will not do that or accept that premise. With regard to these 7 adverts, we have apologised. All of them bore the HMG logo very clearly. They were marked as advertorials, and we accept the decision of the ASA, but we fundamentally believe this was an appropriate thing for us to bring forward to try and spread the message that levelling up has applicability across this country, and this is doing real good. As we've heard from colleagues across this chamber, on all sides of the House, there are projects they want to see delivered. I think those show the appetite there is for this programme to succeed.
Alex Norris.
Thank you. I'm grateful for that answer, but the reality is that the government have taken £431 per head in funding from local authorities, and now through this programme that the Secretary of State trumpets, they'll be handing back just the £31 back in levelling up funds. Even the winners lose. Now, those who have been promised money are now concerned that Downing Street's economic crisis and soaring inflation will mean that their bids are no longer affordable. Will the Secretary of State commit that no bid, either submitted or approved will have to be downgraded to accommodate the mess their government has made of this economy.
The honourable gentleman has to understand the situation we are in with regard to inflation, because it is absolutely the case that, owing to the consequences of Putin's war, prices are rising. I will accept many things at the government's door. I will not accept inflation as a consequence of Putin's war. There is a very clear read-through to the cost of lots of issues, and this is something which is affecting economies across the West. It is not the case that either central government or local government can expect to buck inflation, or that we can accommodate the cost of inflation within our settlements. It is therefore the case that there is a mechanism within the Levelling Up Fund to allow bids to be resized for inflation.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson Patricia Gibson.
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend from Inverclyde has raised his concerns about levelling up funds reaching his constituency, but if levelling up is to mean anything, it should be ultimately about reducing child poverty. In Scotland, the Scottish Government is doing what it can to deal with child poverty, but in my constituency of North Ayrshire and Arran, child poverty stands at a shocking 25%, and that figure is set to increase thanks to the decisions made by his government. So can the Secretary of State explain what level of reduction in these shocking levels of child poverty does he believe will be achieved as a result of the Levelling Up agenda?
The Levelling Up agenda is broad and wide, but it does not take account of the levers that sit with the honourable lady's parent government in Holyrood, whether that be on welfare, whether that be on drugs, whether that be on education. So many of the things that will make a difference to children's lives sit within the responsibility of the Scottish Government. They need to work those levers.
Christine Jolly.
Oh, sorry. Apologies, Mr Speaker. Question number 5, please.
As the exchanges of the last few minutes have highlighted, the Government remains absolutely committed to the Levelling Up agenda, to improve opportunities for communities, including the one which I have the privilege to represent, and as part of that, substantial taxpayer subsidy continues to be rightly allocated across the country to building affordable housing.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. But would the Minister accept that the chaos that we have seen in the economy created by this government over the past couple of weeks has had an impact on the affordability of housing for everyone? It's put up interest rates on mortgage, it's put up rents in the private rented sector, and in constituencies like mine in Edinburgh West, there are valuable projects like North Edinburgh Arts which will be including in it affordable rented housing. So when is this government going to recognise that that needs to be done, and done quickly, and get the next round out and the money distributed to communities that need it?
Well, as the Honourable Lady I'm sure will appreciate, we are in a period of economic challenge across the world, and interest rates have been rising for some time. To her particular question about affordable rents and affordable housing, as she knows, housing is largely devolved, but the UK Government has brought forward hundreds of thousands of new affordable properties over recent years and will continue to do so in the years ahead.
Philip Oliver.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As of 31st of July 2022, the proportion of estimated eligible households who have received the £150 council tax rebate in Northamptonshire was 87% and in England 86%, but I'm sure my honourable friend will be pleased to see the progress that his local authority and indeed others have made when the most recent figures are released shortly.
Philip Oliver.
Putting £150 into the pockets of eligible households has provided valuable help against rising energy bills. But 13% of people still haven't claimed this money. As the government now looks for more targeted help to help people with energy bills after April 2023, if this scheme is revised and reintroduced, what improvements would be made?
Well, I think it's always a struggle to get the money out as quickly as possible, especially for those that haven't received, that aren't paying by direct debit. But I, over the summer, have been working with my officials, and I've directly spoken to a number of councils who have been a little bit slower than expected. We've issued guidance on the variety of payment methods, and we've also given short extensions to the deadline dates when council have requested it, including any uncashed voucher-based payments with the Post Office until the 30th of November. We'll always look to improve to make sure that money goes as quickly as possible to those who need it.
Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Mr
Speaker. This morning, the Chancellor said his support for business energy costs will focus on efficiencies. Beeston Clark and Liberty Steel in my constituency are high energy users, and they've already made every energy efficiency they can. What will the Minister for Levelling Up do to protect businesses like mine with this shift in policy?
I thank the honourable lady for that comment. And look, my colleagues in Bays, when I was there, they were always working with those energy-intensive industries like the steel industry, like Liberty Steel in her area. And it's really important that we continue to understand that we can develop the technologies that are needed for the long term, but in the medium term, we will work with them to make sure that we can offer support for those really critical supplies.
Andrew Bridgen.
The question 8, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure to take my place at the dispatch box for the very first time. Our recent devolution agreement with Derby, Derbyshire, Nottingham and Nottinghamshire will see a directly elected leader take decisions on transport, skills and housing in the region, as well as a new 30-year investment fund totalling over £1 billion. On the Levelling Up White Paper, we also named Leicestershire as one of the places invited to negotiate a county deal. We remain committed to continuing discussions with Leicestershire and the remaining White Paper areas because we want to see them benefit from the brilliant opportunities that devolution provides.
Andrew Bridgen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for that answer. But it's been apparent that since the West Midlands had a mayor, they have economically outperformed the East Midlands. And due to the Labour Mayor of Leicester's veto, Leicestershire and Rutland cannot join Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire in an East Midlands devolution deal. So would the Minister look again at how we can overcome Sir Peter Soulsby's unreasonable objections and unleash the true economic potential of the whole East Midlands?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question and for his passion to delivering devolution in his local area. It is a shame when some local stakeholders don't back this project to deliver all of these incredible opportunities, and I will certainly work with him and local stakeholders to see what we can do to make this happen.
Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apologies while I flip pages. We reached an agreement with the Welsh Government earlier this year to collaborate and deliver a new free port in Wales, and this received Cabinet agreement. We launched the bidding prospectus on the 1st of September, and the closing date is on the 24th of November, and we expect to announce the successful locations in spring next year.
Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for her answer and welcome her to her position. Floating offshore wind represents a major new industrial opportunity for us across the whole of the UK, but especially for us in Wales. Does my honourable friend agree with me that an innovative and collaborative free port bid along the lines that Port Talbot and the Port of Milford Haven are currently putting together would help unlock the full economic value and benefits of floating offshore wind for the whole of the South Wales and West Wales region?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for his question and for his passion and commitment to delivering a free port. I know he's a very great champion for the Milford Haven bid in particular, and I look forward to sitting down with him to discuss it. The Free Ports programme has great potential to contribute towards achieving the Welsh and UK government's decarbonisation agenda and net zero ambitions. We look forward to receiving strong bids from across Wales that demonstrate how they will meet the government's shared goals as articulated in the bidding prospectus.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister may not know I used to be a Swansea politician when I was a councillor. But can I tell her, isn't it about time we had the Swansea barrage scheme introduced, which would make a great difference between alternative energy for Wales?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. As a champion for Swansea as well as Huddersfield, I'd certainly be happy to go and sit down with him and discuss this further.
Patrick Ready.
10, please.
Oh, apologies. Apologies, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will take questions 10 and 24 together. The rising cost of living is being felt by people right across the UK, but particularly for those in some of the least affluent areas where particularly high inflation combines with low wage growth. This makes levelling up even more important. Whilst providing immediate relief through the energy support package, the government's also determined to help places build long-term economic resilience and growth, because we know that local growth means better opportunities and a better life for local people.
Patrick Ready.
But isn't the point, as others have said, that spiralling inflation is devaluing the amount of funds that are available for infrastructure and levelling up projects, and labour and supply chain shortages are also going to cause inevitable delays? Is the government willing to admit that Brexit lies at the root of all of this, and the government's plans aren't levelling up, they're falling apart?
Well, Brexit is the thing that's allowed us to set up the Shared Prosperity Fund so that we can deliver local benefits, not just in England, but right across the UK, including in Scotland. On the point around inflation, we are working with local authorities to see specifically how we can support them in ensuring their projects are delivered.
Stuart C. MacDonald.
Mr Speaker, as the Minister has acknowledged, those places that most need levelled up are the ones that are suffering most from this Tory cost of living crisis. And yet it was the Levelling Up Secretary who was cheerleader-in-chief for a mini-budget that prioritised the welfare of the South East over everyone and everywhere else. The Secretary of State is now talking about there being fat to trim. How much of that fat is going to have to be found in Levelling Up budgets?
Well, I'm delighted my honourable friend mentioned the mini-budget, because he will know that one of the most incredible measures in that is the investment zones, something that through our department we are committed to delivering to bring local opportunity, local jobs, local investment to benefit local people, including in Scotland.
Well, Nigel Mills. Nigel Mills.
Number 11, sir.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With your permission, I'll answer this with questions 15 and 20. Investment zones will turbocharge our plans for growth, spread opportunity and be transformational for towns and cities across the country. They will create new jobs and homes on targeted sites while maintaining strong environmental outcomes and keeping national greenbelt protections in place. They will attract businesses and jobs through lower taxes and streamline planning rules to unlock commercial development. They'll be created across the UK, including, we hope, in Wales.
Nigel Mills.
Thank you. I thank the Secretary of State for that answer. I hope he looks favourably on the bids from Derbyshire that were duly submitted last week. Could he confirm how investment zones will interact with free ports and whether sites could have both data to really supercharge growth on those sites?
Well, I'm a convinced believer in the merits of free ports, and clearly the final government approvals for some of those will go into place this autumn. Many are already operational, and we are already seeing the investment in free ports that we want to see in investment zones. Investment zones have the chance, through a very simple, streamlined expression of interest process, to upgrade to the full tax freedoms of investment zones.
Dr. James Davis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The government intends that investment zones should be located UK-wide, but of course in my constituency and the rest of Wales, that requires the engagement of the Welsh Government. So will my right honourable friend update the House as to progress on securing that engagement?
Well, my honourable friend and his colleagues from North Wales have been absolutely passionate advocates already of the potential of investment zones to benefit their region, and he is quite right in saying that we will need the cooperation of the Welsh Labour Government to unlock the full benefits of these zones. Discussions are ongoing with the Welsh Government, and I'm delighted clearly that I will have his support in making the case to their Minister for the Economy that Welsh Labour should embrace these zones.
David Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And further to the last question, my right honourable friend will know that North Wales is part of the same economic region as the North West of England. It is therefore essential that it should have the same economic advantages. So can he confirm that not only will he be engaging with the Welsh Government, but also with Welsh local authorities and with the North Wales Economic Ambition Board, with a view to ensuring that North Wales gets investment zones at the earliest possible moment?
Well, my right honourable friend is exactly right that we need to avoid there being a hard border between England and Wales, and indeed between Scotland and England on these questions. It is vitally important that we make sure that the voice of business, local government, as well as MPs in the House and his colleagues from Clwyd South, from Anglesey, from the Vale of Clwyd and Aberconwy have already met me about this issue, to make sure we avoid the disaster for North Wales of England proceeding with these zones and Wales not choosing to.
Clive Betts, Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It seems that investment zones are one of the few bits of the mini-budget that are still left on the table. Could the Secretary of State therefore clearly explain how investment zones are going to be financed? Is this completely new money? And will he give an assurance, given the pressure local authorities have been under from austerity and now from inflation, that the money for investment zones will not be found by transferring from other parts of the local government budget, and particularly from levelling up funds?
Well, yes, this is new money. It is coming from Treasury as part of the settlement. Clearly, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, is going to be setting out the medium-term fiscal plan on the 31st of October, and that will be the moment of confirmation.
Emma Harvey.
Mr Speaker, what guarantee can the Minister give that investment zones won't lead to any reduction in the desperately needed flood protection and flood mitigation measures? And will the Minister look again at the amendments that I've added to the Levelling Up Bill to look at tackling and strengthening flood protection and mitigation?
Well, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right to advocate for flood protection. This is a vital thing. I do actually welcome her question because it is a very important chance to reaffirm investment zones are not about in any way cutting away environmental protection. They're about streamlining planning, and they are about making sure that there are lower taxes on offer in targeted sites. Overwhelmingly, they will benefit brownfield regeneration projects, which will otherwise take years to unlock. So I really do hope that reassures her. We'll look at her amendments in detail.
Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you. While this is the current game in town, I'll be clearly supporting Greater Manchester's bid to government, which includes proposals for the Ashton Moss area in my constituency. But given that this is still part of the mini-budget, the only bit that hasn't been shredded yet, can the Secretary of State outline what the tax advantages will be to an investment zone? And can he clarify to the House that he doesn't expect there to be displacement of employment across the city region, but genuine growth?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question. Obviously, genuine additionality is the litmus test that we set for this policy, although it is vitally important to note that I do see no harm in making sure that in areas where there is real opportunity that we bring good opportunities. In terms of the tax advantages, there will be a range of powers available. Those include business rates relief, those include structures and building allowances to be enhanced, there's enhanced capital allowances, and critically there's also action on employer NICs designed to make sure that new jobs are incentivised in the zones.
Walker.
Thank you, Speaker. Worcester's Shrub Hill Station is a fantastic opportunity in the area around it to deliver brownfield development that can deliver jobs and homes in an area of Worcester closely connected to some of the more deprived areas of the city. Would my honourable friend, right honourable friend, therefore agree with me that an investment zone around Shrub Hill, Worcester, as proposed by Worcester City Council, Worcestershire County Council and the Worcestershire LEP, would be a great chance to put rocket boosters under the levelling up of Worcester?
Well, my honourable friend makes a very compelling case for his project, and it is very clear that the level of interest across this House in investment zones is extraordinary. We've had hundreds of applications from local authorities for these zones, testament that there is a huge appetite for growth and investment opportunities across this country, driven by a low-tax Conservative government.
Peter Dow.
Mr Speaker, the National Audit Office, the Public Accounts Committee, the Centre for Cities have criticised the number of jobs created by enterprise zones compared to the initial Treasury estimate. So why on earth does the Secretary of State think that its new iteration in the form of investment zones, with a tax, whether he says it or not, on environmental standards, planning and workers' rights, is going to be any more productive than the other failed zone proposals?
I am terribly fond of the honourable gentleman, as I hope he knows, but I'm afraid he is just wrong with that summary of investment zones. There is no diminution in workers' rights, there is no diminution in environmental rights. They are about lower taxes and in streamlined planning to deliver jobs and growth. That's what we should all welcome across the world.
Greg Williams.
Number 12, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, with permission, I will answer questions 12 and 22 together. Investment zones seek to empower communities to deliver planning and outcomes which are right for the local area, whilst maintaining strong environmental outcomes and keeping national greenbelt policies in place. This is about working with local areas, and we look forward to receiving applications from Wales in due course.
Greg Williams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I very much welcome from the dispatch box the commitment to get these investment zones established in Wales with the Welsh Government. Montgomeryshire Wildlife and the RSPB, who I'm working closely, are seeking reassurances from the front bench around the environmental protections and all the current ones we have in the statute books. We welcome investment zones, we want investment zones in Montgomeryshire, and those strong protections are important to us. So will the Minister again confirm their protection?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and we are absolutely committed to strong environmental outcomes, which I'm happy to repeat, and my honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has already done so, and we look forward to applications from Montgomeryshire.
Ruth Edwards.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I need to draw the House's attention to my register of interests.
For strong, sustained growth, it is absolutely vital that we protect, enhance and invest in our natural capital. So can the Minister give me an absolute promise that none of the proposed reforms to the planning system, including in the investment zones, will row back on the government's 10% biodiversity net gain requirement as enshrined in our landmark Environment Act?
Well, I'm very grateful for my honourable friend for the question. As my honourable friend knows, but biodiversity net gain doesn't come in for some time yet, and it could be, depending upon the applications that are received for investment zones, that planning permissions may already have gone through or be in the process of going through, and they will be done under the existing planning process. But as my honourable friend, the Secretary of State, and I have repeated at the dispatch box, and is clear within the EOI guidance on investment zones, we are committed to strong environmental outcomes in these areas and across the planning system.
Magnell.
Number 13. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has launched Help for Households on gov.uk, outlining the full range of support available to help with the cost of living. This includes a tool to help homeowners understand how to improve their home's energy efficiency and grants available to them.
Anthony Magnell.
Across Totnes and South Devon, SMEs and local start-ups like OH4 are finding new ways to help reduce household bills and energy costs. Can I just ask the Minister, what steps is he taking to cooperate with BEIS and his colleagues to ensure that local authorities and housing agencies are using organisations like this?
Thank my honourable friend, and it's great to hear stories like SMEs like OH4 in his constituency finding those innovative solutions. The building regs are set in performance terms. They don't prescribe technology, so that local authorities and SMEs have the flexibility. So it encourages industry and SMEs like OH4 to continue pushing the boundaries so that today's trailblazing examples of green innovation become the industry standards of tomorrow.
Peter Gibson.
Seen so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to creating a fair and just housing system that works for everyone, and I've already, of course, cut the SDLT in the form of the thresholds. So the threshold which SDLT becomes due has now doubled to 250,000, and we're expanding first-time buyers relief. We also have a range of programmes in place to help people into home ownership. Since spring 2010, over 800,000 households have been helped to purchase a home through Help to Buy.
Peter Gibson.
I thank my right honourable friend for that answer. My right honourable friend will know that in the last year, 836 families in Darlington have benefited from Help to Buy, and 715 of those were first-time buyers. Given the success of this scheme, what consideration has he given to extending the scheme beyond March 2023?
Well, I will gladly pay tribute to Help to Buy, which has been a huge success, helping over 361,000 households to buy a new build from its launch in spring 2013 until the end of March this year. However, it was never designed to be a permanent intervention in the housing market. The closure at the end of March 2023 has been planned and publicised since the 2018 budget, which has allowed the market to respond by bringing forward a number of products which provide similar levels of support to Help to Buy for first-time buyers. The government, of course, brings forward a variety of schemes as well, including First Homes, the Mortgage Guarantee Scheme and shared ownership.
Ben.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Thousands of people who thought they'd bought a safe and secure home are now, as well as having to cope with the cost of remortgaging, still living with unsafe cladding and other fire safety defects. What is the Secretary of State's current assessment of the total number of properties in England that have yet to be made safe?
18 metres.
24.
24.
Over 18 metres. There are, well, my absolute commitment to making sure that we follow through on the issue of remediating unsafe buildings is total. There are 24 buildings over 18 metres which are yet to be remediated in the way that it sets out. My priority, and I'm shortly to meet with developers, is to make sure that they sign the contracts which they committed to in the summer, thanks to the hard work of my right honourable friend for Surrey Heath, to make sure that they fulfil their responsibilities. We're also taking action against those freeholders who are declining to remediate the buildings that they are committed to looking after as well. We've served a pre-action notice on the owners of Vista Tower in Stevenage with precisely the intention of making sure that they honour the obligations which they've made.
Justin Tomlinson.
Speaker, home ownership is absolutely key to social mobility, but as historic low interest rates come to an end, this becomes more difficult for future generations and existing homeowners. Will the Secretary of State commit to working with Martin Lewis, a money saving expert, to make sure, as we collectively navigate the changing landscape, we communicate the most helpful advice to help people deal with the changes?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for his question. He is absolutely right. We do need to communicate clearly with the public about all the support and options that are available. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor, is coming to the House later this afternoon precisely to give the kind of calm, clear messaging which we want to see happen so that we can reassure investors and the markets that there is a clear way forward on this vital question so that we can get interest rates as low as we possibly can.
And Bradshaw.
One of the things that has helped my local authority be the best in the South West for providing housing that is actually affordable to buy and to rent has been the powers that it has to require private developers to provide a proportion of that housing that is affordable. Can he reassure me that the reports that the government is considering raising a threshold for this requirement, very worrying reports, are not true?
The right honourable gentleman for his question. We are looking at all the options that are open to us to try and accelerate house building across this country, and we want to make sure that the right incentives are in place for developers to build. If the honourable lady will just let me answer the question rather than shouting at me. The reality is that we do want to look at all of those options, but we have consulted on this particular option before now, and we've decided not to do it. It is one of those issues we do keep under review, but the reasons that apply to our decision not to proceed then are very powerful.
Dr. Ben Bradshaw. Ben Spencer.
Question 23, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government stands with Ukraine, and under the two visa schemes, Ukrainian refugees have full access to public services and welfare for up to 3 years, and over 120,000 Ukrainians have now arrived using these two schemes.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his answer and the government for the incredible support we're giving to Ukrainian refugees and to my constituents who have welcomed so many into their homes. Sadly, we're already hearing reports of breakdown between sponsor and refugee. And last week, I met with the leader of Runnymede Borough Council, and he discussed the plans that he's putting in place to support refugees who cannot be rematched. What support is available to local authorities with that regard?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question, and I'm grateful to the hosts in his constituency for their generosity and goodwill that they've shown during the past 6 months, and I recognise the challenges that that can bring. We remain steadfast in our support for Ukraine. For arrivals under the Homes for Ukraine scheme, the £10,500 per person we provide to councils helps provide support to individuals and families, including in the minority of cases where someone is left without accommodation.
With the departure of Lord Harrington, who sat in both the Home Office and in this department, can the Minister explain what discussions he's had with the Home Office about how to deal with the potential homelessness of many Ukrainians on the Homes for Ukraine scheme?
Well, I thank the right honourable lady for her question. I've met directly with the Home Secretary since my appointment, but I work very closely with my honourable friend, the member for Corby, the Minister for Immigration, so we are closely aligned on all these issues.
Come to topicals. Have a little bit.
Topical number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government's mission is delivering economic growth to make every part of our country more prosperous and more successful. Levelling up is central to that mission, and our commitment to delivering on this promise and objective is stronger than ever. We have launched our investment zones, which have, as I've said already, elicited a huge response from local government. That is, of course, proof of the fact that there is such an appetite to make this mission succeed. As Secretary of State, I will back local leaders every step of the way to drive growth and deliver for their communities.
Emma Lewelbuck.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A recent report and FOIs have found that levelling up is failing the North East. Our councils are forced to spend millions on preparing bids. There remains a lack of transparency in his department's decision-making processes, and still it remains completely unclear what levelling up actually means. It's always been an empty slogan, hasn't it?
I'm afraid that fond as I am of the Honourable Lady, and she is an excellent parliamentarian, she's wrong on this point. The reporting question set out that councils across the North East had spent £4 million applying for the Levelling Up Fund, and they'd received over £360 million in return. That seems a very good rate of return to me. And to her point about people not knowing what levelling up means, tell that to the people of Teesside with the remediation of the Teesworks site. Tell that to the people of Blythe with British Fault. Tell that to the people of Hertfordshire.
Secretary of State. It is topicals. We don't need these personal battles. Right, let's move on now. Mark Eastwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been an exceptional year for Murfield in Bloom, winning regional and national in Bloom awards, as well as being presented with the Queen's Award for Voluntary Service. Yeah. Would my honourable friend join me in congratulating Britain and Bloom Community Champion Christine Sykes, Ruth Edwards and the Murfield in Bloom team on receiving recognition for their amazing work? And would she agree with me that the In Bloom competitions are vital for transforming the visual appearance of our towns?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for bringing this to the House's attention. I certainly join him in congratulating Christine, Ruth and the Murfield Bloom team. Britain in Bloom competition is a fantastic way to bring communities together.
We now come to Shadow Secretary of State, Lisa Namby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the Secretary of State to his place? He's the third Secretary of State I've had the pleasure of shadowing in the last 10 months, and may I wish him well for however long he remains in office. In an hour's time, it looks like his investment zones will be the only thing left of this bin fire of a budget. So can he tell us what assessment he's made of the amount of growth they'll generate by the end of 2024, and will it be enough to offset the 26 billion he and his friends have just added to people's mortgages?
Well, I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her welcome to the dispatch box. I'm really proud, as someone who represents a classic community which needs to benefit from Levelling Up, to be in this post. To her point about investment zones, we are clear, and more importantly, local councils are clear that this is a transformational programme, and we are evaluating the bids that have come forward so we can actually give her an estimate as to the numbers that will be unlocked by the bids that have been received.
Lisa Nandy.
Oh my word, Mr. Speaker, he hasn't done an assessment, has he? This is literally the only policy they've got left. And he hasn't checked whether it's going to work or not. I mean, he said a moment ago that this was the Treasury's money. It's not the Treasury's money, it's our money that he's using for this experiment. And they haven't checked whether it's going to work. First the budget, now this. It really isn't getting any better, is it? The truth is, isn't it, that the only thing that is growing under this government is the size of people's mortgage payments.
Well, I'm afraid the Right Honourable Lady is asking me to evaluate the impact of bids, which we only received on Friday, and so I'm afraid that her logic is back to front. We are proposing investment zones. We are proposing investment zones because they are needed to drive jobs and growth and opportunity, and councils can recognise that, even if sadly the Labour front bench cannot.
Rick Clark.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, like the Honourable Lady, I wish my right honourable friend longevity in his vital position. Will he say when he will announce the devolution deals with Suffolk and North East England that were negotiated this summer?
I'm very fortunate to have had two such able predecessors in the form of my right honourable friend from Surrey Heath and my right honourable friend from Tunbridge Wells, and I pay tribute to his work at the department. As he knows, we are bringing forward devolution deals at pace. This is something I believe passionately in, and I hope there will be very good news to announce on both those deals very shortly.
SNP spokesperson Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently I raised concerns about fracking being imposed in Scotland using the Internal Market Act, and the Business Secretary replied that the Internal Market Act was the Koh-i-Noor in the jewel of the UK crown of the Constitution, an unfortunate comparison given that the Koh-i-Noor was pillaged from India by the British. Now we hear that a Tory MP suggests that fracking in Scotland should go ahead instead of in our own constituency. As the Secretary of State for Communities, will the Secretary of State make it clear to his Cabinet colleagues there must be no move to impose fracking on communities in Scotland? Hear, hear.
Fracking will take place only where there is community consent.
Nicky Aitken.
I appreciate that there may be some elements within government who insist that we need more powers to deal with aggressive beggars. I would gently suggest that actually we have legislation, including the Antisocial Behaviour Crime and Policing Act 2014. Therefore, will the new Secretary of State agree that we do not need the clause 187 placeholder clause in the Levelling Up Bill, and will you please, will the Minister please scrap it immediately?
Mr. Speaker, can I pay tribute to the tireless efforts of my honourable friend to tackle homelessness and rough sleeping in Westminster and her successful campaign for the repeal of the Vacancy Act? Both my ministerial colleague, the Parliamentary and the Secretary for Levelling Up, and I are keen to continue to work with her to ensure we get the balance right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, representatives of food poverty charities have delivered a petition to Downing Street calling for urgent steps to stop families having to rely on charitable food aid to survive. The APPG for Ending the Need for Food Banks has its own inquiry. Will the Minister agree to meet with us to discuss our report and its recommendations?
I'd be very happy to meet with the honourable lady.
Speaker, as Blythe Valley is now at the heart of the renewable energy sector, I have the pleasure to inform the House that work is about to start on an £11 million STEM training centre at the Port of Blythe. This will give young people the skills and the education they need to move forward in the world of work. So would my right honourable friend agree with me this has been achieved by having a Conservative government, a Conservative-led county council and a local Conservative member of Parliament?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. He is an incredibly passionate campaigner for Blythe, and I'm glad to hear that construction will soon begin on this indispensable part of Blythe's £20.9 million town deal. I understand the Energy Central Learning Hub will provide a range of state-of-the-art industrial training, all showing the positive difference a Conservative government, a Conservative council and Conservative MP working together can make for Blythe residents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Liverpool, 12% of all homelessness applications are a result of domestic abuse. Our self-contained apartments for women and children are constantly at capacity, and plans to double are expected to barely touch us that. So can the Minister tell us what measures he will take to protect survivors of domestic abuse from becoming homeless?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My department is committed to the delivery of safe accommodation with support for all the victims of domestic abuse. This is part of the government's overall violence against women's and girls' strategy. I'd be happy to write to the honourable lady with more details.
David Johnston.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend will know I've been campaigning for new homes to be built to the latest environmental standards, something I've met with previous ministers in his department about. I very much welcome what the government's done on recent building regulations, but will he meet with me to ensure houses are built completed to the latest environmental standard, not just started?
I know my honourable friend that he does amazing work in tackling this particular issue in his area. In June of this year, an uplift in energy efficient standards for new homes came into force. There's a transitional period of 1 year to minimise disruption to projects which are already underway. It's going to be, though, each house, not just each project, to stop developers sitting on this, because they must be built to the new standards.
Mr. Speaker, local councils like Hounslow have a statutory duty to assess and care for unaccompanied asylum-seeking children placed in local hotels by the Home Office. Many of these children are clearly 13 or 14 years old, and on one day alone, 72 arrived in hotels in the borough. So what discussion has the department had with affected boroughs about the additional support they need in order to provide their statutory duty to these hugely vulnerable children?
We're working closely with local councils to understand where pressures may be and are actively exploring options to find suitable long-term accommodation for a range of different asylum seeker cohorts. I'd be more than happy to meet with the honourable lady to discuss the specific challenges in her area.
Investment zones. Can I urge the Secretary of State to consider mixed-use zones that feature housing and pension fund investment similar to what is seen in the Netherlands?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. It is a very perceptive one. We believe that zones can support both housing and jobs. Clearly, in some cases, that could be on the same site. And I do...
Unveil. Mr. Speaker, contrary to last week's pledge by the Prime Minister, the latest Chancellor has said he will cut public spending. Sheffield Council has seen its government grant halved in real terms over the last 12 years, as Conservative Chancellors have boasted about shifting money to wealthier areas. We've lost £2.1 billion. The annual grant is worth £288 million less. Local services have been decimated. So will the Secretary of State press the new Chancellor not to make any further cuts to council funding and redress the damage already done?
Clearly, I'm sure the honourable gentleman will be awaiting the local government finance settlement, but in the meantime, Sheffield High Street has received nearly £16 million in future High Street funds, 3 projects amounting to £8.2 million through the Community Renewal Fund, then £20,000 for the Gateway to Sheffield, and indeed £46,000 across South Yorkshire, including Sheffield. So I hope he will include those funds as well in his assessment.
Andrew Jones.
Mr. Speaker, in the Harrogate district, the local council has asked for 3 sites to be considered as investment zones. All are existing commercial operations earmarked for future investment. So would my right honourable friend agree that the understandable concerns about our special protected landscape areas are not borne out by the reality now that the sites are being identified? Will he take the opportunity to reconfirm targets on biodiversity and net zero remain central to his department?
I thank my honourable friend for his question about investment zones. As we have said, strong environmental outcomes will be absolutely the core of investment zones, and we welcome applications from his area and from everywhere else in the United Kingdom.
Toby Perkins.
Mr. Speaker, there are many families who hosted a Ukrainian family nearly 6 months ago. Those arrangements are coming to the end, and there is a real danger that we are going to this winter see a large number of Ukrainian families homeless. The government needs to do far more than the honourable member from Pendle responded in that previous question. Can they tell us what their strategic approach is to prevent us having Ukrainian families on our streets this Christmas?
Well, the honourable gentleman makes a powerful point. We are working cross-government to ensure that we have a sustainable process for this going forward, and it was remiss of me in my answer to one of his colleagues before not to pay tribute to my predecessor, Lord Harrington, who is in the gallery today. I think we should all owe a debt of gratitude across this House for the incredible work he did to support Ukrainian families.
Nick Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Doncaster Council has put forward 3 sites that will benefit from investment zone status, 2 in Don Valley, mainly Unity at Thorn and Doncaster Sheffield Airport. Would the Minister meet with me to discuss the merits of each of these proposals?
My honourable friend for alerting me to the applications from his authority area. What I would say is he has been the most tireless champion of saving Doncaster Sheffield Airport and deserves our congratulations for that.
Mr. Bryan.
Mr. Speaker, new research by the Disabilities Trust shows that 48% of people who are homeless are people who have had a major brain injury, and that may have led to them being homeless. Isn't it time we put an end to this business where the victim of crime or of a major accident ends up losing everything in their life? Will the Secretary of State answer this question, and will he make sure that he and his department meet with the Disabilities Trust so that we can do everything to put this to an end?
Yeah. Well, the right honourable gentleman makes a very powerful case on this issue. I can commit that the department will indeed meet to discuss those issues.
Glenn Saxby.
Mr. Speaker, how will my right honourable friend ensure houses that are affordable are built in rural Britain if the development size limit moves from 9 to over 40?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question. We are looking at all the issues which can be used to drive forward and accelerate housing growth. But as I said in response to the right honourable gentleman for Exeter, there are very compelling reasons why this option has not been pursued before, and I hope that will give some comfort to her today.
Right, that ends questions. Before we come to the next business, I want to say something about the applications for urgent questions. While such application made in confidence on an exceptional basis, I want to say something about applications I received today. And that's about the treatment of protesters at the consulate of the People's Republic of China in Manchester at the weekend. I regard this issue of being at the utmost seriousness. It is something which I am convinced should be considered on the floor of this House. However, given the importance and the urgency of other business being taken today, I am not allowing the UQ, but if there is no statement on this subject brought forward by the government later this week, I'll certainly be sympathetic to a UQ application. I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer, with his urgent question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Prime Minister to make a statement on the replacement of the Chancellor of the Exchequer during the current economic situation.
Mr. Speaker, with
apologies to the Leader of the Opposition and the House, the PM is detained on urgent business. And they will have to make do.
I must hear the answer of why the Prime Minister is not here. The real House.
I'm afraid you will have to make do with me, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has taken the decision to appoint my right honourable friend, the member for South West Surrey, one of the longest-serving and most experienced parliamentarians, as her Chancellor. Their overriding priority is to restore financial stability in the face of volatile global conditions. We will take whatever tough decisions are necessary and have made changes to the growth plan, which the Chancellor is waiting to update the House on as soon as this urgent question finishes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Right Honourable Member for Portsmouth North for answering the question put to the Prime Minister. I guess under this Tory government, everybody gets to be Prime Minister for 15 minutes. The country, Mr. Speaker, the country is in an economic crisis made in Downing Street. Because they've lost all credibility, government borrowing costs have soared, mortgage rates have ballooned, markets need reassuring. And there is long-term damage that can't be undone. Once you've crashed a car at 100 miles an hour, you've damaged it for good, and you're going to be paying much more on your insurance for years to come. And it's working people who will pay, left wondering if they can afford to stay in their homes if their hopes of owning a home haven't already been crushed. So now it's time for leaders to lead. But where is the Prime Minister? Hiding away, dodging questions, scared of her own shadow. The lady's not for turning up. Now it's time to be honest about the mistakes they made. But what does the Prime Minister say? My vision is right. My mission remains. I sacked my Chancellor, but I can't tell you why. And now is a time for consistent messaging. But what do we get? A Prime Minister saying absolutely no spending reductions. A Chancellor saying there will be cuts. A Prime Minister saying she's in charge. A Chancellor who thinks he's the CEO and she's just the chair. How can Britain get the stability it needs when all the government offers is grotesque chaos? How can Britain get the stability it needs when instead of leadership we have this utter vacuum? How can Britain get the stability it needs when the Prime Minister has no mandate from her party and no mandate from the country?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by saying I'm quite quietly confident that the Leader of the Opposition will not have his 15 minutes of fame. With regard to questions raised on economic policy, I will defer to the Chancellor. Honourable members will want time to question him fully and hear the detail. I do not wish to eat into that time. Our constituents will want to hear about the issues facing them, their bills, mortgages, benefits and their businesses. So I had wondered just what else the Leader of the Opposition wished to discuss in this UQ that would delay such an important statement. In his urgent question, he paints a contrast, so let me paint one too. The decision taken by our Prime Minister would have been a very tough one, politically and personally. Yet, she has taken it, and she has done so. She has done so because it is manifestly in the national interest that she did. She did not hesitate to do so because her focus is on the well-being of every one of our citizens. It was the right thing to do, and whether you agree with it or not, it took courage to do it. In contrast, what the Right Honourable Gentleman has done today, at this most serious moment, took no courage or judgment or regard to the national interest. 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, when this Parliament was paralysed by Brexit, a general election would have been in the national interest, and he blocked it. Today, when the country needs some stability and urgent legislation to put through cost of living measures, and while we are in the middle of an economic war levelled at every school and hospital in this country, he now calls for one, and weeks of disruption and delay. We will take no lectures from the Honourable Gentleman on working in the national interest. I could point to his frustration. I could point to his frustration of us leaving the EU and campaigning for a second referendum. I could point to his support for the Right Honourable Member for Islington North and his positions on NATO, or his arguments against us leaving lockdown or our involvement with the EU Vaccines Agency, all against the national interest. And nor will we take any lectures on consistency of policy or messaging. The Right Honourable Gentleman has abandoned every single one of his pledges during the Labour leadership contest.
Look, folks, I think the country also wants to hear what's being said. If I can't hear, they can't hear. So can we please listen to the Leader of the House? I'm sure it's coming to the end now. Leader of the House.
I am, Mr. Speaker. Which is why, even on our...
Order. Mr. Perkins, if you want to go and get a cup of tea, I'm more than happy to pay for it.
Which is why, Mr. Speaker, even on our toughest and most disappointing days, I will always be proud to sit on this side of the House. We will put the national interest first. Now let's get on and hear from the Chancellor.
Well, I think, first of all, I want to hear from the Leader of the House, more importantly, Sir Peter Bottomley.
Well, not so more important. Can I say to my honourable friend that the Leader of the Opposition has reversed most of the things he said he'd do if he became leader. Yeah. If you have a short memory, it's only 9 months ago when some of his senior colleagues were circling saying whether there could be a better Leader of the Opposition than him. Yeah. And can I put it to the Leader of the House that when circumstances change, it's right for policy to change, and if what's announced today leads to a lower rate of inflation, a lower cost of borrowing, and a greater chance this country can get back to prosperity, it's worth doing.
Well, I agree with the Father of the House in what he says. The Right Honourable Gentleman opposite has reversed his position on economic justice, social justice, climate change, promoting peace and human rights, common ownership, defending migrants' rights, strengthening the rights of workers and trade unions, radical devolution of power, wealth and opportunity, equality and effective opposition to the Tories.
We now come to SNP spokesperson Kirsten Oswald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Scotland's First Minister set out an optimistic, ambitious and credible economic plan for Scotland's future. A leader who spent over an hour setting out and answering questions on the positive case for our country's independence. It's a very stark contrast to a Prime Minister hiding in Downing Street. A Prime Minister terrified to answer for the mess she has made, the mess which will cause so much harm to all of our constituents. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to keep this short and to the point. Can the Leader of the House tell us exactly where on earth is the Prime Minister? And if she doesn't even have the backbone to show up here today, is there really any point in her showing up here again? Surely time's up She needs to go and let the people decide.
Well, I'm glad to hear the First Minister of Scotland made a statement. I'm hoping that shortly the House will be able to hear from the Chancellor of the Exchequer to set out the government's position. I'd be interested to know if the First Minister's statement included the tax dividend to every Scottish household of being a member of the United Kingdom.
Ria Miller.
Mr. Speaker, in the last 4 weeks, the facts are that the global economic conditions that we face have worsened. Now, the opposition may not want to acknowledge that, but that is the truth. Inflation rates have increased around the world, and in the United States are now the highest they've been since 1982. Does my right honourable friend agree that we should always be prepared to make the policy changes we need in the best interests of the people that we represent?
I do agree with my right honourable friend, and that is why the Prime Minister has taken this decision.
Dave Angela Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What we have seen in the last month is one of the largest humiliations that this country has ever experienced. And it's directly as a result of the current Prime Minister's agenda, which she set out to the tiny sliver of UK people that voted for her to be the Prime Minister. Now, the Right Honourable Lady is perhaps auditioning to be the next one along, because surely she knows that this humiliated Prime Minister simply cannot last.
Look, this, as I said in my opening remarks, this will have been a very difficult decision for the Prime Minister, and she has taken it because it is in the national interest, and she should have all of our support in doing so.
Peter Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I was the financial director of a PLC and I went to a board and suggested that we cut our revenues greatly and we wouldn't put up a tax increase next year, the director of the board would look at me and say, well, that's good. So, Peter, what are the spending implications and how is it going to be funded? And unfortunately for the previous Chancellor, he didn't provide those answers. We had a statement lasting 2.5 hours instead of a budget which should have been debated for 23 or 24 hours. So would the Leader of the House admit that that's the reason the Chancellor had to do? He produced a part budget, not the whole thing.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his remarks, and I hope that we will soon be able to hear from the Chancellor on these important matters, concerns for members of this House and also their constituents.
Ed Davey.
Speaker, the previous Prime Minister shattered the public's trust in the government. The current Prime Minister has trashed the British economy. Meanwhile, Conservative MPs have sat there and let it happen. So for the damage and pain they have caused across our country, will the Leader of the House, on behalf of our whole party, address the people and businesses of our great country and apologise?
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question. We have made this change for a reason, and I understand that people want certainty and reassurance about their bills, their businesses and their benefits. And I am sorry that the events leading to the changes today have added to the concerns about the major volatility that was already there existing in the economy. That's why we are putting it right today, and what my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, will be speaking about in his announcement shortly.
Richard Graham.
Speaker, the country is waiting to hear from the Chancellor on issues of fiscal responsibility, market stability and sustainable growth. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that what this entirely unnecessary debate shows is that the opposition are putting politics before the interests of our constituents?
I agree with my honourable friend completely.
Hilary Benn.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the House said yesterday that what the country needs is stability and not a soap opera. I agree with her. So can she explain to the House why the Prime Minister is still in office when it's clear to almost everyone, including many of her colleagues behind her today, that she is no longer in power?
I think it is incredibly important today that the Chancellor be allowed to set out the policy changes that is made, to provide answers to this House and the country, and we can restore some certainty to the growth programme. That is what will help stability, and I would ask all honourable members to consider in their questioning to me how those questions will help that scenario.
Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pragmatism, dealing with the world as it is, those are traditional strengths of Conservatives in government. And the fiscal changes being announced by the new Chancellor today are entirely correct. Does my right honourable friend agree with me, though, that the very last thing that's needed right now, the last thing that mortgage holders need, people struggling to get on the housing ladder, people worried about paying their fuel bills, the very last thing they need right now is further political instability upsetting markets?
My right honourable friend is right, and we also need to put through legislation to enact some of the measures that will help with the cost of living issues people are facing. We need time on the floor of this House to do that, and we also need to give the public some certainty about the future.
Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Turbulence in the markets, though, and the reason that the Chancellor was replaced is not just about tax, it's about trust. And trust in the British government comes from the knowledge that it enjoys the consent of the British people. How does she think that's going?
In the House.
I think that the Chancellor should be able to come to the floor of the House and outline his policies. This is a serious moment. We want to ensure that the markets are reassured, and I would suggest that any questions she has on economic policy are directed to the Chancellor.
Alberto Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In giving the answer that she did to the Leader of the Opposition, my right honourable friend has abundantly demonstrated to this House what an enormous asset she is to the governing party. And can I just ask the right honourable lady, does she agree with me that any single Conservative MP would make a fantastic Chancellor well above any socialist or separatist opposite?
I think in terms of the opposition's performance, I think Larry the Cat would give them a run for their money.
Sammy Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, I and my colleagues take no joy in the difficulties which the government and the country finds itself in at present, because of course it affects all of our constituents. And would the Leader of the House not agree with me that for most people watching this today, they don't want to see political point scoring or in-house backstabbing? They want to know how they're going to be able to afford to pay their mortgages, how they're going to meet their cost of living, and how they're going to make decisions about their businesses.
The right honourable gentleman is absolutely right, and lovely though I am, I think people want to hear from the Chancellor. They want to hear the detail of the policies that are changing. They want to be able to, members will want to be able to ask him about how that is going to affect their constituents. That is what we should be focusing on today.
John Lamont.
Mr. Speaker, I very much welcome the speed at which the new Chancellor has acted, but can the Leader of the House confirm that the Chancellor and all members of the Government will continue to work with colleagues in the back benches to ensure that we are able to communicate the great successes of this Conservative Government to all parts of the nation?
Well, thank you. I know the Chancellor wants to work with all members of this House in the interests of all of our constituents, and I hope that there will be also opportunities to talk about our record in government and how we've transformed this country for the better since 2010.
Jamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the House's response to this urgent question was, quite frankly,
ridiculous, claiming that the Prime Minister cowering in some corner somewhere is courageous. It does not take courage to crash our economy.
No.
It takes reckless arrogance and a disregard for ordinary people's working lives. It equally does not take courage to sack her Chancellor after barely a month. It takes total desperate opportunism. Will she admit that what it will take to restore our fiscal credibility and the confidence of the markets is a Labour government?
The Prime Minister's actions did take courage, personal courage, and it was the right thing to do in the national interest. I think the right thing to do in the national interest is let the Chancellor give his statement.
Duncan Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whether it was during the pandemic and £450 billion spent, whether it is Ukraine and 100,000 refugees who are now in our country that our constituents are looking after, or whether it is the hardships of the energy crisis, can my right honourable friend tell us that this government will always do what is necessary to step up to the plate and help the most vulnerable people in society across in our country and the rest of the world?
Friend of the House.
As I'm sure the Chancellor will say, we are in very volatile times. The war in Ukraine is not just a war against the people of Ukraine. It is an economic war against other nations too. And we will always do the right thing in those circumstances.
Then Sybil Roberts.
The new Chancellor's veneer of fiscal responsibility fails to disguise that imposing more painful austerity is a political choice made to save the absentee Prime Minister from the consequences of her ideological experiment. With Welsh Government already facing a shortfall of over £4 billion over 3 years and public services close to buckling, further austerity will entrench the vast wealth inequalities that characterise this disunited kingdom. Will she admit that now even the pretence of levelling up is dead?
Well, I would ask the Honourable Lady to remember that we have given the largest budget ever to the devolved administrations. But against the backdrop of coming into government where there was no money left, we still have managed to hold down fuel duty, introduce a living wage, create a modern welfare system where people are better off, and got nearly 4 million people into work.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share the government's desire to reduce the tax on working people, but of course we must ensure stability in the markets because these go hand in hand, and therefore I welcome the Chancellor's announcement to the markets earlier this morning. So can my right honourable friend confirm that the government is working with the OBR and others in developing policy for the upcoming medium-term fiscal plan?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his remarks. He is absolutely right to stress the importance of stability, and I think that will be helped by the Chancellor being able to make his statement.
To Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the House suggests that we should be grateful that the Prime Minister has made a difficult decision, and I presume she means grateful that she stuck to it, given the number of U-turns that we've seen over the last couple of days. But that's the job, making difficult decisions. There are difficult decisions to be made about what is happening in Ukraine, about the fact that President Putin has nuclear weapons, about the chaos caused by Brexit, gang crime, the climate crisis, Ebola in Africa. And all we know right now is, unless she tells us otherwise, that the Prime Minister is cowering under her desk and asking for it all to go away. Isn't it about time she did and let somebody else who can make decisions in the British national interest get in charge instead?
Well, the Prime Minister is not under a desk, as the Honourable Lady. I can assure the House. I can assure the House that she is with regret, she is not here for a very good reason. But neither has she taken this decision to win the Honourable Lady's gratitude. She's done it out of a sense of duty because she knows what's in the national interest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my right honourable friend said, it will have been a difficult decision for the Prime Minister, both politically and also personally, because of her loyalty to my right honourable friend from Spelthorne. But it's vital that we provide economic stability the country, and we've already seen that this morning from the Chancellor. So does she agree with me that it's high time that this House heard from the Chancellor about how we are going to provide that stability?
Yes.
Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you. We know that the Prime Minister is now not in power. We know that there has been a coup, because the Prime Minister should be here to defend her decisions today. We want to know from the Prime Minister why her economic plan has been trashed just weeks after it was announced. We want to know from her whether she is sorry for the misery she has caused to millions of people across this country. We want to know, on behalf of those who now have new mortgages at higher interest rates for the foreseeable future, whether she's sorry for her actions. The Prime Minister, she says, isn't cowering away. So if she isn't cowering away, will she be here to sit by the Chancellor and to show her confidence in the new plans to the country?
I know it is not usually in the nature of the honourable gentleman to overly dramatise a situation. But I don't think there has been a coup. What I do agree with what he said is these are serious matters for our constituents, and I hope that all honourable members will be able to question the Chancellor and get answers they need for their constituents.
Jerome Mayor.
Mr. Speaker, fiscal credibility is always the backbone of any growth policy, so I welcome the actions of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. But just as important are pro-growth reforms to back entrepreneurs and businesses. So can the Leader of the House confirm to me that the government will continue to review EU-inspired, deliver pro-growth investment zones right across the country and boost our energy supply?
I can give my honourable friend that assurance. This is really important to our communities. We will continue with our programme of on EU law and EU retained law, also on our enabling regulation the Department for Trade is looking at, and also on investment zones, which there has been an enormous number of expressions of interest.
Bill Esterson.
In her initial answer to the urgent question, the Leader of the House blamed international circumstances. But if that's true, why is it that people in this country face paying more in their increases in mortgage payments than elsewhere in the world? And if it's true, why did the former Deputy Governor of the Bank of England say yesterday that the crash in the markets is the result of unique circumstances in the UK? Wouldn't it be better for her and for the Prime Minister to admit that they got it wrong and that they are responsible as a first and necessary step in rebuilding confidence in the markets?
Well, I would point the honourable gentleman to mortgage rates elsewhere in the world, but also suggests he raises this with the Chancellor, who is waiting to give a statement.
Dr. Kieran Mill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the change of approach, and I think it was the right decision to take in the circumstances. At times like this, our constituents still do want to be reassured. They're worried about their bills. Can you confirm for our constituents in the whole House that our plan to help people with their bills this winter remains in place?
I can give him that assurance. The Chancellor's statement today is incredibly important, and people will want to hear about the package that we're bringing forward to help on energy prices, but also other measures as well to help with cost of living.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We've just seen the back of one Tory Prime Minister for trampling over standards in public life, only for them to be replaced by another who in just 40 days has herself failed to meet at least 3 of the Nolan principles. I'd love to ask the Prime Minister herself about it, but given that she's not here, I ask the Leader of the House, is it leadership to sack your Chancellor for doing exactly what he was asked to do? Is it objectivity to refuse to allow the OBR experts to assess the so-called mini-budget? And does she agree that the first test of accountability is to actually show up?
Leader of the House.
I would suggest to her that it is leadership to take tough decisions in the national interest, even though they may be personally and politically difficult to take.
Anna Fair.
Mr. Speaker, the party opposite stood on a manifesto that would have inflicted the highest ever tax burden on my constituents. So does my right honourable friend that Labour can never be trusted to support the hard-working people of the UK or Southend West?
The honourable lady is not wrong.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Speaker, Pendleton Leisure Centre, a flagship council development to tackle health inequalities in an area of high deprivation which seldom enjoys such investment, was suspended last week, largely, I'm told, as a result of the government's economic car crash and the prospect of more public spending cuts to come. Will the Leader of the House apologise on behalf of the Prime Minister to the people of Salford?
Leader.
Well, this is... although this is not business questions, if the honourable lady would like to give me the details of that case, I'd be happy to take it up.
Simon Baines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can my right honourable friend assure the House and my constituents in Clwyd South that this government will always pay its way and make whatever tough decisions are necessary to ensure that we go for growth in a responsible and conservative way?
I can give him that assurance, and the Chancellor will be along shortly to give him some more details.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Leader of the House, who does she consider does a U-turn better, the Prime Minister or the Leader of the Scottish Tories?
Well, I live in hope that the honourable gentleman and his party might do a U-turn and decide to honour the democratic vote in a referendum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since being elected, I've spent 3 years working on the Health Select Committee with the now Chancellor. He's got an eye for detail and compassion as well. Isn't he exactly the right person to come forward and stabilise and demonstrate to the markets how difficult it can be in turbulent times? But he is the man to bring us forward.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for those remarks about the new Chancellor. I think that is precisely why the Prime Minister has chosen him.
Dave Dynage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the national interest and also to offer further reassurance to the markets, can the Leader of the House just confirm that the Prime Minister will not be taking any decisions on economic policy in the future?
Affection for the honourable lady, and I'm sure the whole House appreciates her question. But the Prime Minister and her Chancellor and her Cabinet will be taking these decisions in the future, and the decision that she has taken over the weekend, although personally difficult for her, is the right one for the nation.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the House has mentioned a couple of times now that the Prime Minister has taken difficult decisions. Can I please enlighten her that these are not difficult decisions? Difficult decisions are what are facing our constituents, choosing whether they can actually turn the lights on, finding out how they can heat their homes and how they can feed their children. Don't our constituents and those people deserve an answer from our Prime Minister and not an answer about just saying our Chancellor will come and tell us later?
Well, the honourable lady will want to hear from the Chancellor, because she will be able to ask him the precise questions that are of interest to her constituents. This government has always protected people against the cost of living, and it has always protected the most vulnerable in our society, and we will continue to do that.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Speaker, can I say to the Leader of the House that she and her colleagues do not have a monopoly on the understanding of what it is to take difficult decisions in the national interest. In 2010, my colleagues and I entered government and took many difficult decisions for which we paid a political price. We did that because it was in the national interest. We did it on the advice of the Bank of England, and we set up the Office of Budget Responsibility as a consequence. The Prime Minister would also be part of that government. At what point did she think it was no longer necessary to listen to the Bank of England and the OBR?
Well, can I first thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for raising the issues we faced in 2010 when we came in. People will remember the note outlining that was no money left. What is less well understood is the scorched earth policy that accompanied it to tie an incoming government into all kinds of contractual difficulties to make their job so much harder. That is why those on the opposition benches should never be allowed near government. And I would say to the honourable gentleman that the Chancellor will be along shortly to answer questions about the OBR.
Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it absolutely incredible that the Leader of the House is incredulous that people might want to hear from the Prime Minister. As if it's like, oh, a political game to ask the leader of our country questions. It is an embarrassing thing to assert. But in the national interest, and she so wants to hear from the Chancellor, can I ask her to be completely honest, because nothing that we've seen has been honest. I apologise.
It's not of an individual, it's withdrawn. Right, carry on.
Oh, yeah, because it wasn't an individual. OK. Good hope. Can I ask her, why is it, because we had to have the statement earlier at 11 o'clock while I was on the train, when you can actually get on a train, why the markets needed reassuring?
Well, the first thing I would say to the honourable lady is I fully appreciate the optics of me appearing at the dispatch box, but there is a very genuine reason why the Prime Minister is not here today, and I would just stress to you that it is not, I can understand people wishing to make political hay over it. She would wish to be here, but she is not able to at this moment. And the Chancellor will be along shortly to answer these questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday, the value of the pound fell after the Prime Minister walked out after just over 8 minutes from her press conference. Isn't it increasingly the case that she and her government are a risk to Britain's financial stability? And isn't it time she stopped shirking, turned out to be held accountable, or get out of the way and call a general election?
Well, I would just stress again to all honourable colleagues that there is a very good reason why the Prime Minister is not here, and that the Chancellor will be making a statement shortly where you can ask him these questions.
David Linden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the subject of the replacement of the Chancellor, given that he lasted 38 days in office and crashed the economy, can the Leader of the House confirm that the Right Honourable Member for Spelthorne, the former Chancellor, will be rejecting his ministerial severance payment?
Leader.
I would not be involved in that decision at all, but the honourable member will know who he can write to find that out.
Ben Bradshaw.
She has claimed repeatedly that the Prime Minister has been courageous. But if the Prime Minister were really courageous, she would be here today, wouldn't she? If the Prime Minister cannot or won't come and explain to the British people the reasons for her humiliating U-turns and to apologise to them, as she just did from the dispatch box, for the damage the Tories and she have done to this country and living standards and businesses, what is the point of her?
Leader of the House.
Well, I would refer the honourable gentleman to the answer I gave a little while ago about the Prime Minister, and again to the answer I gave a moment ago about the fact that I certainly regret the uncertainty that has added to already worries about the very volatile global economic situation, and that is why I'm keen and happy that we have a statement from the Chancellor today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister repeatedly declared that she was working in lockstep with her Chancellor, but then very unceremoniously dumped her closest political friend at the earliest possible opportunity in order to temporarily save her job. And now, in the greatest of ironies, she has sent out the very right honourable lady to speak on her behalf, who is very desperately seeking to replace her. Leader of the House, I understand that Downing Street is hosting a reception this evening. Is it a wake?
Leader.
I would say to the honourable gentleman that the motivations for the Prime Minister taking the decisions that she has have been about the national interest. He may not appreciate, and I'm not asking him to, the courage and the duty that she felt to do that, but that is why she has done it.
Chris Stevens.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to be clear. Can the Leader of the House confirm then that the former Chancellor has been removed by the Prime Minister for acting on her instructions? And can she also confirm that the Prime Minister overruled the former Chancellor in the content of the financial statement before it was made? Because if both things are true, the Prime Minister needs to resign, doesn't she?
Prime Minister.
These are not matters for me. He may wish to raise matters with the Chancellor. I think what our constituents want to hear from us today is about the issues that are affecting them, and that is what the Chancellor will be speaking about whenever he gets to this chamber.
Wayne David.
Can I ask the Leader of the House, on behalf of the Prime Minister, will she simply say to the people of this country, we are sorry?
I have done so twice before in this UQ, and I will do so again. I know that this is an incredibly uncertain time for families and businesses across the country. The events that led up to the statement that is being made today are unfortunate, and I am pleased that the Prime Minister has taken decisive action to stabilise markets. And I'm sure that he will want to question the Chancellor on those detailed matters. I have done, and I'm happy to do so again.
Clive Efford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're told that the Prime Minister is going to be coming in here in a moment to join the Chancellor when he makes his statement, presumably propped up El Cid like Jolton Heston. But this should have been an opportunity for the Prime Minister to show leadership and to apologise to the nation before the dispatch box in the chamber of the House of Commons. Yet she's failed to do so. We've all heard the stories about our constituents up and down the country who have had mortgages withdrawn at the last minute, whose lives have been put on hold because of the reckless mini-budget that she agreed with her Chancellor. So doesn't the Leader of the House agree that it is reckless of the Prime Minister to not show that leadership today and be here in this chamber to be accountable for what she has done?
Leader.
I think the Prime Minister has shown leadership in taking the tough decision that she has, and not for the first time. If our Prime Minister, when she was Foreign Secretary, had not shown leadership, we would not, alongside European nations, be giving the support to Ukraine that we rightly should be proud of.
Kevin Newland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The fact is that the Prime Minister was as courageous as the Leader of Search should be here answering questions this afternoon. The fact that the Prime Minister is unwilling to come to the House shows the complete lack of authority she now has. Week before the country, week before Parliament and week before the markets. Refusing to face parliamentary accountability for actions is not cowardice, it's a dereliction of duty. Does the Leader of the House not agree with me? It's well past time for this lame duck Prime Minister to go.
Leader.
The Prime Minister has come to this House many times, and in the previous role she's held, she's come to this House many times, often to talk about very difficult issues. There is a genuine reason, honourable members, why she is not here, and I hope that she will be able to join the House later this afternoon.
Margaret Hodge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't going to rise to ask a question, but I've been concerned at some of the answers that the Leader of the House has given. If we are to stabilise the markets and restore some confidence in the economy, we have to have trust in the strong leadership of our country, and that is the role of the Prime Minister. She has said a number of times that there are good reasons why the Prime Minister is not here this afternoon. In the interests of total transparency and in the interests of proper accountability and to restore confidence in markets, will she give us those reasons?
Leader.
The Right Honourable Lady will have to be content with my assurances. I can't disclose the reasons. I have asked if I can. I'm being very genuine with the House on this matter. I hope that she'll be able to join us a bit later on this afternoon. But both the Prime Minister and her Chancellor and her Cabinet are determined to take the tough decisions to ensure that we have stability and confidence going forward. And I hope that the Chancellor's statement will reassure the Right Honourable Lady.
Chris Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To be honest, I just thought it was utterly shabby to sack the Chancellor of the Exchequer for doing precisely what he'd been told to do by the boss. It's like when you sack the staff for messing up yourself. It's not on, it's bad form, it's not honourable, it's despicable. But what really worries me is that you can't really govern if you don't have a mandate. You can't govern if you can't get your budget through this House, because by definition that shows that the House does not have confidence in you. Every honourable government previous to this, at that moment when it's evident that they couldn't get their budget through, has resigned and allowed a general election. Isn't that what should happen now?
Well, what I would say to the honourable gentleman is that I think it is an honourable thing to act in the national interest, even if it is incredibly difficult personally and politically for someone to do that. And that all members on this side of the House were elected in 2019 as a team on a manifesto that we are determined to deliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Lady has said many times that the Prime Minister couldn't come here for a specific reason at this time. So could I ask the Leader of the House, is there a reason why the Prime Minister decided she didn't want to make a statement to the House? Because she could have chosen any time to do that, even at 10 p.m. Does the Leader of the House not think that we as elected MPs and the public in this country deserve to hear from the Prime Minister?
I'm sure there will be many opportunities to hear from the Prime Minister, some in the next 24 hours, but given the nature of the statement today, it is appropriate that the Chancellor delivers it.
Brendan O'Hara.
Whether she's under her desk or behind a couch, people rightly view the Prime Minister's sacking of the Chancellor as a particularly unedifying act of self-preservation, given that he was thrown under the bus for saying exactly what she asked him to say. It would be like the ventriloquist Ray Allen sacking Lord Charles for saying the wrong thing. So will the Leader of the House join me now in asking the ventriloquist dummies on her own benches who demanded that the Scottish Government follow this insane economy-wrecking policy to apologise to the people of Scotland?
Leader of the House.
Well, the first thing I would say is to thank him for the fact that the public might be concerned for the former Chancellor. But I think what they are really going to be concerned about is their own household budgets and their businesses. And that is why it is important this decision was taken, and we will hear from the Chancellor shortly. With regard to his other point, I would just point out that there are many people, including many people in Scotland, who would like the First Minister to apologise for some of her decisions.
Christian Wakeford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With her economic plan much like a judgment in tatters, the fact she can't even be bothered to come to the chamber today, what is the point of the Prime Minister?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that insightful question. I repeat, the Prime Minister would normally be here, but there is a good reason why she isn't.
Nick Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it true that the member for Spelthorne first found out that he was sacked on Twitter, rather than being told to his face?
Leader of the House.
Honourable and right honourable members of this House obviously want to ask all kinds of questions. But I think what the public are worried about is the cost of living issues, the stability of the markets, the energy package that we will be putting through later today to help them with the cost of living. And I would just urge all colleagues to remember the context in which we are meeting this afternoon.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the Prime Minister on the way to the Palace?
I would very much like to be able to tell all honourable colleagues what the Prime Minister's business is today, but there are very serious matters as well as economic matters that are in the Prime Minister's in tray, and she, as people will know, she comes to this House on a regular basis and she'll be here tomorrow, but she's not able to be here at this precise moment.
Mr. Speaker, the markets were spooked not just by the reckless mini-budget, but also by the sense that we had a Prime Minister incapable of answering questions at the end of a press conference and without any sort of grip on this government. So it is entirely legitimate for my right honourable friend from Holborn St Pancras to give her an opportunity to come and assure the markets. Isn't the reality that the Prime Minister's inability to answer questions is just as fundamental as the failure on policy in why this country is now in an economic crisis?
I'm buoyed up by the fact that the members on the opposition benches very much want to see the Prime Minister, and I hope that if she is able to join us this afternoon, that they will give her a big cheer when she does.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I accept what the Right Honourable Lady is saying about the Prime Minister not being here, that there may be a very good reason. And I also agree with her when she said frequently that we must be acting at the moment in the national interest. For me, the national interest is what is in the interests of our people, our constituents. And what they are telling me in Edinburgh West, and I'm sure very many of the rest of you, is that they no longer have any confidence in this Prime Minister. That while she may have had the courage to sack her partner in presenting the growth plan to the country, that what they would like is for her now to have the courage to accept that she was also wrong and to step down. So will the Right Honourable Lady and her Cabinet colleagues please take that message back to the Prime Minister wherever she is?
Leader of the House.
Well, I think that the Prime Minister, in her current role and previous roles, has always acted in the national interest, and she will continue to do so. Her government will continue to support her. What we need, this country needs some stability and some assurance now, and she always takes decisions in the national interest.
Davis.
Mr. Speaker, as the new Chancellor has reversed all the economic promises made by the Prime Minister in her election campaign to become Prime Minister, and that very Chancellor had the fewest votes in that leadership election, he was thrown out with 18, doesn't this show that the next Prime Minister should not be chosen by the members opposite and their wider membership, but by the British people in a general election as soon as possible to get this country back on track?
In the House.
Well, I think there are serious questions that we should be examining as a Parliament today, and I hope that we will soon move on to the Chancellor's statement. I think that is what our constituents are concerned and worried about, and not about events within the Westminster bubble.
Matt Weston.
Speaker, obviously this is an absolutely legitimate question that's been put forward today. The public wants to know why the Prime Minister sacked her Chancellor after just 38 days, and particularly given that she was co-architect of the plans, the economic plans, why she herself has not resigned.
Yeah. Leader.
Tomorrow, I think we are having, or later in the week, we are having Prime Minister's questions. Members have an opportunity every week to put questions to the Prime Minister.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The pound is falling off a cliff, interest rates are soaring, inflation is rocketing, and pensions have been on the verge of collapse. We have a new Chancellor who is the de facto Prime Minister, and a Prime Minister who has been reduced to a spectator as her own MPs plot her removal. The Honourable Lady today, the Leader of the House, has defended the Prime Minister today, but can I ask her, does she think if she had won the leadership contest, she would have been a better Prime Minister?
Leader of the House.
I support the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has shown great courage and duty over the last few days, and she has my admiration and respect for that. The Honourable Lady has various criticisms of her. I would stand our Prime Minister against her First Minister any day of the week.
Charlotte Nettles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Local public services in Warrington have been slashed to pieces over the last 12 years, and we are finding it increasingly difficult to meet the demand for basic statutory services, let alone before inflation started rocketing, pushing costs of delivery up. Any more cuts will mean collapse. The Prime Minister spent last week promising no cuts to public spending and boasting about her 2-year energy price freeze. So does she have any say at all on government economic policy?
Leader of the House.
Well, the honourable lady can put her questions to the Chancellor shortly, but what I would point out is that clearly all organisations are facing rising costs. That is in part why we have acted so swiftly, and even today we'll be putting through legislation to help with the business and cost of living.
Richard Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been in office for 6 weeks, but notoriously, even with the rigours of the budget, has yet to find time to call the First Minister of Scotland or the First Minister of Wales. Does the Leader of the House think that the Prime Minister will remain in office long enough to be able to do so?
I know that the Prime Minister takes her responsibilities. I know that the Prime Minister takes her responsibilities to working constructively with the other administrations, and she will always do that.
Justin Matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the markets will be reassured to see the Prime Minister is not hiding under a desk but is here in the House today. She's still got till 10 o'clock tonight to answer questions that have been asked if she wants to reassure the markets and create some stability. But I've got another question for the Leader of the House. I've been drawing in Prime Minister's questions on Wednesday. Can she guarantee that the current Prime Minister will be answering them?
Leader of the House.
Yes.
Christian Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throwing your Chancellor under the bus in order to save your skin is not a tough decision. Tough decisions are when you make them and then come along, show true leadership and ask people to come with you by inspiring them. This Prime Minister has done none of that. So why should we follow her when she has shown no leadership whatsoever but has hidden away?
The House.
I think that if you spoke to any member of the Ukrainian Parliament, they would tell you that our Prime Minister has shown leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Urgent business, we are told by the Leader, prevented the Prime Minister from coming to the House. What on earth could have been more urgent than coming to atone for the economic chaos that she has wrought on pension holders and mortgage payers across these islands, and especially in Scotland, where the party opposite enjoy no mandate whatsoever? The Prime Minister thanked her former Chancellor for the excellent work that he had done. Can the Leader of the House explain, or maybe now the Prime Minister's turned up, she can the Leader of the House explain, thanked for what?
Leader of the House.
The honourable gentleman will know that the Prime Minister has Prime Minister's questions every single week. He can put questions to her there. There was very good reason, as I have repeatedly explained to the House, why she couldn't be here. You will notice that she is present here now. And I will start listening to the honourable gentleman on democratic mandates when he honours the results of the Scottish referendum.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Leader of the House for her answers, but I'm not in the business of point scoring. Does the Leader of the House not agree that the face behind the budget is much less important than what the budget outlines? Is there confidence that the Chancellor can help business, help people stay in work, ensure that funding is available for the NHS and government departments cannot take further austerity, so that all of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland can truly be better together?
Well, the honourable gentleman is held in great affection by all members of this House and is often the finale at such UQs because he is full of common sense, and I think that what he says is absolutely right, and I hope now we will be able to hear from the Chancellor very shortly.
Point of order.
Is it relevant to the questions? Order. If it's relevant to this, I will take the point of order. Chris Brown.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, you know that for the last hour we've been listening to questions about which were meant to be directed to the Prime Minister. The Leader of the House said repeatedly that there were reasons that the Prime Minister couldn't be here. If there were legitimate reasons, I'm sure every single member of this House would want... to hear them. Now that the Prime Minister has arrived, would this not be a perfect opportunity for her to be able to explain why she was not able to be here?
Just to say, and let's just put this to bed, it's not for me, it's for the government to put forward the ministers to respond to urgent questions once granted. And it's not a matter for the Chair. The honourable member has put the point on the record, and I know that the Prime Minister is now in her place, but we now come, before I call the Chancellor to make his statement. Just
get up and tell us. Go on.
Mr. Bradshaw, I expect better. I want you to be silent while I read this out. This is very important. Before I call the Chancellor to make his statement, I would like... Does somebody... Yes, and I think so. It's a few times today. And that's the third apology. I don't want any more. Before I call the Chancellor to make his statement, I'd like to point out that British Sign Language interpretation of proceedings is available to watch on Parliament Live TV. So I now call the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, the central responsibility of any government is to do what is necessary for economic stability. Behind the decisions we take and the issues on which we vote are jobs families depend on, mortgages that have to be paid, savings for pensioners and businesses investing for the future. We are a country that funds our promises and pays our debts. And when that is questioned, as it has been, this government will take the difficult decisions necessary to ensure there is trust and confidence in our national finances. That means decisions of eye-watering difficulty. But I give the House and the public this assurance: every single one of those decisions, whether reductions in spending or increases in tax, will be shaped through core, compassionate, conservative values that will prioritise the needs of the most vulnerable. That is why I pay tribute to my predecessors for the energy price guarantee, for the furlough scheme, and indeed for earlier decisions to protect the NHS budget in a period when other budgets were being cut. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to be completely frank about the scale of the economic challenge we face. We have had short-term difficulties. Caused by the lack of an OBR forecast alongside the mini-budget. But there are also inflationary and interest pressures around the world. Russia's unforgivable invasion of Ukraine has caused energy and food prices to spike. We cannot control what is happening in the rest of the world, but when the interest of economic stability means the government needs to change course, we will do so. And that is what I have come to the House to announce today. In my first few days in the job, I've held extensive discussions with the Prime Minister, Cabinet colleagues, the Governor of the Bank of England, the OBR, the Head of the Debt Management Office, Treasury officials and many others. The conclusion I've drawn from those conversations is that we need to do more quickly to give certainty to the markets about our fiscal plans and show through action and not just words that the United Kingdom can and always will pay our way in the world. We've therefore decided to make further changes to the mini-budget immediately, rather than waiting until the medium-term fiscal plan in 2 weeks' time, in order to reduce unhelpful speculation about those plans. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for your agreement on the need to give the markets an early brief summary this morning, but I welcome the opportunity to give this House details of those decisions now. We've decided on the following changes to support confidence and stability. Firstly, the Prime Minister and I agreed yesterday to reverse almost all the tax measures announced in the growth plan 3 weeks ago that have not been legislated for in Parliament. So we will continue with the abolition of the health and social care levy, changes to stamp duty, the increase in the annual investment allowance to £1 million and the wider reforms to investment taxes. But we will no longer be proceeding with the cuts to dividend tax rates, saving around £1 billion a year, the reversal of the off-payroll working reforms introduced in 2017 and 2021, saving around £2 billion a year, the new VAT-free shopping scheme for non-UK visitors, saving a further £2 billion a year, or the freeze on alcohol duty rates, saving around £600 million a year. I will provide further details on how those rates will be uprated.
Let's just swap this telephone out. I've just switched it off, all right? It's off. OK. Sorry, Chancellor. Carry on.
I will provide further details on how alcohol duty rates will be uprated shortly. Second, the Government is currently committed to cutting the basic rate of income tax to 19% in April of 2023. It is a deeply held Conservative value, a value that I share, that people should keep more of the money they earn, which is why we have continued with the abolition of the health and social care levy. But at a time when markets are asking serious questions about our commitment to sound public finances, we cannot afford a permanent, discretionary increase in borrowing worth £6 billion a year. So I've decided that the basic rate of income tax will remain at 20%, and it will do so indefinitely until economic circumstances allow for it to be cut. Taken together with the decision not to cut corporation tax and restoring the top rate of income tax, the measures I've announced today will raise around £32 billion every year. The third step I'm taking today, Mr. Speaker, is to review the energy price guarantee. That was the biggest single expense in the growth plan and one of the most generous schemes in the world. It's a landmark policy for which I pay tribute to my predecessor, my right honourable friend from Spelthorne, and will support millions of people through a difficult winter, reducing inflation by up to 5%. So I confirm today that the support we are providing between now and April next year will not change. But beyond next April, the Prime Minister and I have reluctantly agreed it would not be responsible to continue exposing the public finances to unlimited volatility in international gas prices. So I'm announcing today a Treasury-led review into how we support energy bills beyond April next year. The review's objective is to design a new approach that will cost the taxpayer significantly less than planned, whilst ensuring enough support for those in need. Any support for businesses will be targeted to those most affected, and a new approach will better incentivise energy efficiency. There remain, I'm afraid, many difficult decisions to be announced in the medium-term fiscal plan on October the 31st. When I confirm that we will publish a credible, transparent, fully costed plan to get debt falling as a share of the economy over the medium term, based on the judgment and economic forecasts of the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility. I'd like to thank the OBR, whose Director Richard Hughes I met this morning, and the Bank of England, whose Governor Andrew Bailey I've now met twice. I fully support the vital independent roles both institutions play, which give markets, the public and the world confidence that our economic plans are credible and rightly hold us to account for delivering them. But I also want more independent expert advice as I start my journey as Chancellor. So I'm announcing today the formation of a new Economic Advisory Council to do just that. This council will advise the Government on economic policy, with 4 names announced today: Rupert Harrison, former Chief of Staff to the Chancellor of the Exchequer; Gert-Jan Vlieger from Element Capital; Sushil Wadhwani of Wadhwani Asset Management; and Karen Ward of JP Morgan. Mr. Speaker, we remain completely committed to our mission to go for growth, but growth requires confidence and stability, which is why we are taking many difficult decisions starting today. But whilst we do need realism about the challenges ahead, we must never fall into the trap of pessimism. Despite all the adversity and challenge we face, there is enormous potential in this country with some of the most talented people, 3 of the world's top 10 universities, the most tech unicorns in Europe, one of the world's great financial centres, incredible strengths in the creative industries, in science, research, engineering, manufacturing and innovation. And all that gives me genuine optimism about our long-term prospects for growth. But to achieve that, It is vital we act now to create the stability on which future generations can build. The reason the United Kingdom has always succeeded is because at big and difficult moments we have taken tough decisions in the long-term interests of the country and in a way that is consistent with compassionate Conservative values. That is what we will do now, and I commend this statement to the House.
I now call the Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I regularly say now, I welcome the new Chancellor to his place. The fourth in 4 months of chaos and fiasco as this Conservative government spirals down the political plug hole. But the damage has been done. This is a Tory crisis made in Downing Street, but ordinary working people are paying the price. All that is left after these humiliating U-turns are higher mortgages for working people and higher bonuses for bankers. And their climb down on energy support begs the question yet again, why won't they extend the windfall tax on energy producers to help foot the bill? Now, it is good to finally see the Prime Minister in her place, and not, as the Leader of the House had to assure us earlier, under a desk. But, Mr. Speaker, what is she left with? No authority, no credibility, no plan for growth, and it is clear to see the people who caused the chaos cannot be the people to fix the chaos. They are out of ideas, out of touch and out of time. Now, the Prime Minister should have spoke to the House today. But we know that she cannot do that with a shred of credibility, given that the survival of this government now depends on smashing to smithereens everything that she stands for. And now she is attempting to reverse everything that she campaigned on. It is not just impossible, it is absurd. The Prime Minister is barely in office and she is certainly not in power.
Very true.
Only 5 days ago, the Prime Minister said at Prime Minister's Questions that there would be, and I quote, absolutely no public spending reductions. But after what we have heard from the Chancellor today, every single public service is again at risk from the Conservatives. From our NHS nurses to our schools to our servicemen and women, with the country paying the price for their incompetence. The Prime Minister said that she had an energy package for 2 years. Now that's being withdrawn on the very day it is supposed to be legislated for. The Prime Minister insisted that her Conservative mini-budget would lead the country to the promised land. Instead, it has led to the highest mortgages in 15 years and emergency interventions by the Bank of England to protect pensions. And then on Friday, the unedifying spectacle of the Chancellor being dragged back from the IMF before he could do any more damage to our economy. So she has turned to a new Chancellor, who finished 8th out of 8 in the Tory leadership contest, winning just 18 votes from MPs. The Tories have run out of credibility and now they are running out of chancellors. The latest office holder has been in the cabinet for 9 of the last 12 years, at the centre of a government responsible for low growth and weakened public services, and him responsible for helping run the NHS into the ground. He was a big part of austerity season 1, and now he says the cure is austerity season 2. And what, Mr. Speaker, was the Chancellor's flagship policy in his own short-lived leadership contest? To reduce corporation tax in a totally unfunded manner, not from 25% to 19%. The Right Honourable Gentleman called for it to be lowered to 15%, with not a single explanation of how it was to be paid for. The truth is, had he won the contest and implemented these policies, we would be in an even worse place than we are now. There is no mandate, there is no authority for any of this. The Conservatives have put a lasting premium on people's mortgages. Uncosted borrowing has sent interest rates spiralling. Millions of people's mortgage deals will be coming to an end in the next few months, leaving many families forking out £500 or more a month. People will be paying a Tory mortgage premium for years to come. So how does the Chancellor think ordinary people can possibly afford any more of this Conservative government? We've heard no answers today. Now, the Chancellor has said that growth requires confidence and stability. I agree. But where does he think the lack of confidence and the lack of stability has come from? It didn't come from the sky, Mr. Speaker. It came from the mini-budget 3 weeks ago. And what does it say about our country? That we are watching borrowing costs hour by hour. That's not the sign of a strong G7 economy. It is the exact opposite. Businesses are now saying that things are so unstable that they are pausing investment here in Britain. The former Deputy Governor of the Bank of England, Charles Bean, has outlined the extraordinary damage that the Conservatives have done to our standing. In his words, we've moved from looking not too dissimilar from the US or Germany to looking more like Italy and Greece. What a mess. And where is the Office for Budget Responsibility forecast? Has this government learnt nothing? Does the Chancellor really expect the country to take everything from him at face value? Last week, the Business Secretary was busy undermining the Office for Budget Responsibility. Today, we have received another massive fiscal statement with no forecast. What has this government got to hide? They should publish the numbers so that we know the true state of the public finances after 40 days of this Prime Minister and after 12 years of Conservative government. Now, today the Chancellor has scaled back help with energy bills for families and pensioners. It begs the question, yet again, why won't they bring in a proper windfall tax on energy producers to help foot the bill for consumers? And when will the current Chancellor publish in full the government's estimates of windfall profits of the energy giants over the next 2 years? Now, no one was talking about spending cuts until the Tories crashed the economy with their mini-budget. So I ask the Chancellor, why should the British people pay the economic price for the Tories' mistakes, and what spending cuts does the government plan to make? We believe that the government must honour its commitments to uprate benefits and pensions in line with inflation. Will the Chancellor make it clear today that that is what he intends to do? And what a contrast, that cuts to benefits are still on the table, but the one thing the Chancellor couldn't bring himself to reverse today was lifting the cap on bankers' bonuses. Why is this the last policy standing in this disastrous mini-budget? And let me come to credibility. Does the Chancellor accept that once credibility and trust have been destroyed, it cannot be simply regained by a series of zigzagging, chaotic U-turns? Will he and the Prime Minister apologise for the costs and anxieties laid on families? Can he admit once and for all that the market turmoil we are in was directly caused by the disastrous decisions of his predecessor and of the Prime Minister? Can he guarantee that the Bank of England won't have to intervene again to save the government? And what guarantee can he give to people about their pensions, about their mortgages and their household bills? The Chancellor said today that everything is now on the table. But is that really the case? We know that abolishing the non-dom tax status will raise £3 billion a year, yet there was no mention of that today. How can it be right that some of the richest individuals in society are allowed to buy their way out of paying tax that should be paid here in Britain? This would not be an eye-wateringly difficult decision, Mr. Speaker, so why doesn't the government just do it? There is lasting damage, which these policy U-turns won't change. They've set fire to everything. Now they insist it is all fine. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, an arsonist is still an arsonist, even if he runs back into a burning building with a bucket of water. Because they can't be trusted. The Tories are clinging on for themselves regardless of the cost to the country. Trickle-down economics will always fail. What drives forward our economy are the talents and efforts of millions of working people and thousands of ordinary businesses. The government's economic credibility has been destroyed. They have harmed our economic institutions. People are paying higher mortgages. The same set of people doing U-turns isn't going to fix it. The only way to change this is a real change in government.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her questions, and I'm sorry that, given the speed at which things moved at the weekend, I haven't had time to sit down with her one-to-one, as would normally be the practice before parliamentary exchanges. Now, I understand the role opposition parties play. I've stood at that dispatch box myself. But behind the rhetoric, and I was listening very carefully, I don't think she disagreed with a single one of the decisions that I announced to Parliament. And that is important for the country and markets to know. And I think there is also agreement on the process of policy making. I support the independence of the Bank of England, introduced by Gordon Brown, and I know she supports the independence of the OBR set up by George Osborne. The whole government supports the independence of those two important institutions. Now, I fully accept, and I don't think I could have been more clear, that we have had to change some decisions made in the last few weeks. But what I reject wholeheartedly is her broader narrative about Conservative economic management. Let me remind her that the UK's unemployment rate is the lowest since 1974. That's below France, Italy, Canada, Belgium, Sweden, Spain and the Netherlands, and massively lower than 2010. Let me remind her that since 2010, our growth rate has been the third highest in the G7. She may not want to hear this, but these are the economic facts. Our growth rate since this party came into power has been higher than Germany, France, Italy and Japan, and faster than any G7 country this year. Looking to the future, we have the largest technology sector in Europe, more foreign direct investment than anywhere in Europe bar one country. That is a legacy to be proud of. Now, I was listening carefully for some questions about the measures that I announced, but she didn't ask any, and I think she agreed with them. But I will pick her up on one point. She talked about the NHS. Let me tell her, maybe they don't want to listen about the NHS. She talked about the NHS because of the global financial crisis which happened on her party's watch. The NHS went through one of its most difficult periods ever, and this party protected the NHS budget. Then in 2017, we were able to give it its biggest single increase in funding because of the difficult decisions that we took and that party opposed. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we inherited a financial crisis, we dealt with a global pandemic, we've led the world in support of Ukraine, possible because of difficult decisions taken over the last 12 years, each and every one opposed by the party opposite. So if she is preaching today the need for fiscal credibility, which I warmly welcome, can I just tell her this? The true test will be in 2 weeks' time to see whether she supports public spending restraint. I've shown Conservatives can raise taxes. Will she show Labour are willing to restrain spending?
Chair of the Select Committee, Mel Stride.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my right honourable friend's statement. It was both frank and bold, and it appears, in the very short term at least, to have steadied the markets. One point that my right honourable friend raised at the dispatch box, though was absent from his statement earlier today, was his renewed commitment to our financial institutions, particularly the Bank of England and the Office for Budget Responsibility. He has also now brought forward the Economic Advisory Council, a number of members of which have appeared before the Treasury Select Committee, and I think he has chosen well. But could he reassure the House that in no way the Economic Advisory Council will in any way conflict with the Bank of England or the Office of Budget Responsibility, the FCA, the PRA and all of our institutions, and that it will be there to complement, not work against any of those institutions?
Well, can I thank the honourable gentleman who has spoken very wisely in recent weeks about the difficult issues that we face. I can absolutely give him that assurance. I want, to be frank, to make sure that I'm getting advice from fantastic institutions like the Treasury, the Bank of England and the Office for Budget Responsibility, but also advice that is independent of those institutions, because that is the way we'll get the best result. Rupert Harrison in particular has enormous experience of running the Treasury under George Osborne over many years. I think he'll make a very important contribution, as will his colleagues on the Council. And with respect to the markets, he's absolutely right to be cautious about what happens. They go up as well as they go down, and no government can control or should seek to control the markets. What we can do is the things within our power, and that is a commitment, a very firm and clear commitment to fiscal responsibility.
Now come to SNP spokesperson Alison Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see that the Prime Minister has been urgently running off to something else rather than staying to listen. Mr. Speaker, when the previous Chancellor came to give his mini-budget 3 long weeks ago, I called it economic chaos. What an understatement that turned out to be. I'm not sure words have yet been invented to describe the scale of the unmitigated disaster which the Prime Minister and her Chancellors have created in the past 24 days. We're back where we started, significantly worse off due to Tory incompetence. And isn't it just as well that in Scotland, the Scottish Government didn't take the advice of Tory MPs to copy and paste before the front bench here deletes all? And people will be paying the price for this for many years to come through higher interest and borrowing rates. Will he apologise for this increased cost that his colleagues have inflicted upon people? And he has not been clear at all. Will he confirm the status of the banker's bonus cap? Has it been scrapped or has it not been scrapped? There is little by way of detail from the current Chancellor on doubling down on austerity and what that will mean for people. But the Institute for Government and SIPFA have been clear that there is no fat left to cut after a lost decade for public services under the Tories. So where does the current Chancellor expect to make these cuts, these efficiency savings? We know what he means when he says it. We already know the terrible price of austerity because Glasgow Centre for Population Health have attributed 330,000 excess deaths to Tory austerity policies, an unacceptable human cost. Again and again, the Tories bring forward harmful policies they never feel the consequences of. And we know that guarantees mean nothing under the Tories either. The so-called energy price guarantee turns out to be worth 6 months, not 2 years, a cliff edge looming next April. National Energy Action have said that many vulnerable people were holding on by their fingertips. Government must be very, very careful it doesn't prize them away. So can you tell us exactly what will happen for households in April? The scale of increases make almost everybody vulnerable, except perhaps his banker pals. And what will happen to the most vulnerable when inflation soars as a result of the return of spiralling energy costs? The previous Chancellor never got around to telling me what will happen to business energy costs at the end of their 6-month reprieve. So can the current Chancellor tell me what support businesses signing impossibly expensive contracts as we speak can expect? And will this current Chancellor, as the former Chancellor did, commit to uprating benefits with the rate of inflation? And we also increase support to those languishing in the asylum system and end the punishing no recourse to public funds regime? Will he cancel the benefit cap and scrap the 2-child limit, which is trapping so many children in poverty? Where is his compassion for them? Will he invest in renewables, carbon capture and storage, and a comprehensive energy efficiency and installation package? And finally, Mr. Speaker, does he understand, does he really understand, when looking at broken Britain, the chaos that the Tories have wreaked and the prospect of a bleak Brexit future under both Labour and the Tories, that more and more of Scotland's people are looking at the comprehensive independence prospectus set out by the First Minister today and moving towards the vision of a fairer, greener, more prosperous Scotland back in the heart of Europe where we belong?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to exchange comments with the Honourable Lady. I will look forward to working with her closely in the months ahead. I would remind her that this Conservative government is spending £37 billion this year to support people across the United Kingdom with cost of living concerns. That is possible because of difficult economic decisions that the SNP have opposed at nearly every stage, and that includes large support for businesses up and down the country. But the main thing I would say to her, very gently, is that she cannot claim to be concerned about the economic turmoil of the last few weeks, when the central policy of the SNP, independence, would leave turmoil for Scotland, not for a few weeks, but for many, many years to come. A new currency, somehow finding a way to trade with the UK internal market, but also the European single market, border checks between England and Scotland, as announced today by the First Minister, a massive gap in public finances that would have to be breached. That is a recipe for precisely the austerity she says she's worried about. Let me say this. If we want economic stability, if Scotland wants economic stability, to coin a phrase, we are stronger together.
Sir John Redmond.
What will the impact of these measures be on the growth rate, and will we still avoid recession?
I will publish the economic forecasts from the OBR when I make my statement in a fortnight's time, and I think it's better for me to wait until I hear that. But the proper answer to his question is that what we are seeking is long-term sustainable increase in the economic growth rate, and that is a central policy of the Prime Minister, which has my wholehearted support.
Margaret Hodge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the country is feeling a sense of relief that trickle-down economics has been so quickly abandoned. But there was one element in the mini-budget which the new Chancellor did not address, and that was the issue of investment zones. That is we have great evidence all over the place about how that, as a mechanism for encouraging growth and jobs and prosperity, has failed from the Thatcher years onward. All that happens is they're incredibly expensive. We lose income from them. They only lead to the transfer of jobs from one poor area to the other, and they are a massive opportunity for every kleptocrat, oligarch and criminal to launder money into the UK. Will the Chancellor abandon that policy too?
Well, I would like to say that I have a great deal of respect for the campaigning the Right Honourable Lady has done over many years against people illicitly hiding wealth and not paying their share of tax. And I do totally support the benefits that investment zones can bring, but we will implement that policy in a way that learns the lessons of when models that are similar have been tried in the past, and we will make sure that they are successful.
Matt Hancock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the return of an ironclad fiscal responsibility, albeit within the most velvet of gloves. For there can be no growth without economic credibility. But will he answer this question? When he brings forward the forecasts in a fortnight, made independently by the Office for Budget Responsibility, will he guarantee now that they will show debt falling as a proportion of our income, and show that once we have the finances fully under control, we will not be borrowing for day-to-day spending, because you cannot put the nation's spending on the never-never?
Yes and yes.
Ed Davey.
People are already suffering from the damage caused by this government's economic mistakes. Hundreds of pounds now added to mortgage bills, pushing millions of families to the brink, on top of higher food prices, higher fuel costs and higher energy bills. But despite that, the Chancellor refuses to undo one of the government's biggest injustices: its failure to impose a proper windfall tax on the record profits of the oil and gas companies, earned only because Putin is killing innocent Ukrainians. After so many U-turns, surely the Chancellor can persuade the Prime Minister to do one more. Will he introduce a proper windfall tax and help struggling families?
Let me tell the Right Honourable Gentleman, I am not against the principle of taxing profits that are genuine windfalls, but as he will know very well, in the energy industry, it is a very cyclical industry, and there are businesses that have periods of feast and famine, and you have to be very careful that you don't tax companies in a way that drives away investment. So we have said that nothing is off the table.
Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my right honourable friend on his statement today, which is both wise and necessary. And there will be great relief across the House that the markets have responded positively to my right honourable friend's statement, not least thanks to his economic leadership and political skill. In the run-up to the 31st of October, will he reassure us and the markets that the Treasury and the OBR and the Independent Bank of England will be working closely together and in total lockstep?
I absolutely want to give him that reassurance, and I also want to thank him as someone who has enormous experience as to how the city works for the advice that he gave me over the weekend. I think one of the best things about the economic structures we have is the interaction between institutions which have independence and are able to give independent advice and Treasury and the government, and it has helped create stability, and I hope that what I've said today will bolster that further.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate the Chancellor on his appointment, and I hope he lasts longer than his predecessors. Well, no. 5 million people will see their mortgages go up. And the mini-budget fiasco means that on average £500 more in payment, and in London nearly 900. Can the Chancellor assure us that he's going to look at how he can take that additional Prime Minister's mortgage premium off people's bills and take action to protect them in these difficult times? And if he can't, should they send the bill to him?
Well, let me say to the Honourable Lady that we have an absolute responsibility as a government to do everything we can to hold increases in mortgage rates down as much as is possible insofar as the government has an influence on them through its own actions. And that is why I've taken, I think, very strong and quick steps to demonstrate this government's commitment to fiscal balance. But we are in a world in which, unfortunately, interest rates are going up everywhere, and everyone is having to deal with increases in mortgage rates, and we are thinking about the challenge for people who have those mortgages, but I want to make sure that that does not happen as a result of actions by this government.
Kevin Hollingray.
Can I welcome all the measures in his statement today? I think it's absolutely right that we look for better value for the taxpayer through spending restraints. But can he confirm any cuts to spending will not impact on capital expenditure, infrastructure expenditure, particularly across the north, and that will fully deliver on projects that we've already committed to, such as Northern Powerhouse Rail?
As my honourable friend will know, sorry, my voice is a bit croaky at the moment because I've been probably talking too much over the last few days. But as my honourable friend will know, there are very important projects that we all care about a great deal. But given the severity of the situation at the moment, we are not taking anything off the table, whether tax increases or spending reductions. But I don't believe it is possible. I don't believe it is possible to have a long-term, credible economic growth strategy that doesn't recognise the vital importance of capital spending.
Siobhan MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even a screeching U-turn can't repair the damage when we've already had the crash. But when the Chancellor dismantled Trussonomics overnight, why on earth did he decide to carry on boosting bankers' bonuses in the heart of a cost-of-living crisis?
Because the policy didn't work, and we will get more tax from rich bankers with the policy we now have.
Greg Clark.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Chancellor's statement. If there are further steps that are required, will he do whatever it takes to restore the UK's fiscal credibility?
I will.
Samuel Wilson.
First of all, can I welcome the appointment of the Chancellor and wish him well in his job, because his success on his success depends on the success of all of our constituents in meeting the cost of living. Whilst inflation cannot be blamed on the government because it's an international, and whilst interest rates are going up across the world, the one thing which the Chancellor is fully responsible for is today's increase in taxation, which will take money from people at a vital time, enabling them to not able to pay their bills or their investment plans. I assume he has done some economic modelling in this. What impact does he believe it will have on growth and on the burden of debt in relation to GDP over the next 2 years?
Well, he asked a very important question, and I want to remind him that what I have announced to date has been very largely the cancellation of planned tax cuts rather than actual new tax increases. And this has a very important impact in a positive direction on national finances, but unfortunately it won't be the end of the story. If we're going to deliver a credible budget in which we can demonstrate, as my right honourable friend asked earlier, that debt is falling as a percentage of GDP by the end of the period, then we're going to have further difficult decisions ahead, and this government won't shirk from them.
Helen Waitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A pandemic followed by a war. Our constituents do not expect this time to be easy, but they do expect us to set out the difficult choices, to make the difficult choices, and then set out the path for a better future. Can I ask my right honourable friend, particularly in considering his experiences of many years, to continue to press ahead with our commitment to reform social care, knowing as he does that social care and the NHS go hand in hand, and again how important they are to our constituents?
Well, she and I have had very many discussions on social care over the years, mainly when I've been a backbencher and she's been a minister. And it is a sector that is in great difficulty at the moment. I'm very aware of those concerns. I'm also very aware of the pressures in the NHS at the moment. I'm not making any commitments as to what exactly we will do, but as I said earlier, all these decisions will be taken through the prism of what matters most to the people who need the help the most.
Chancellor Edel.
Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor has put a brutal end to the self-proclaimed new era of Trussonomics with his announcements, and he's taken away £32 billion worth of planned tax cuts. According to the Institute for Fiscal Studies, that still leaves a £30 billion hole in his sums, and if rumours are correct, it could be as high as £40 billion if the OBR calculations that I've heard about are correct. That means surely, doesn't it, Mr. Speaker, austerity 2.0 of at least the same size as the first level of austerity we had from 2010 to 2015. Surely, Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor must know that public services simply cannot deal with that level of cuts when they've been so weakened by austerity, the first round of austerity.
Let me say to the right honourable lady, I was a cabinet minister in 2010 when we had very difficult decisions to take in the wake of the financial crisis, and my department's budget was cut by 24%. And I don't believe we are talking about anything of that scale, and I think it's likely that cash spending will continue to go up. But that said, I want to be completely frank with people. We are going to have very difficult decisions, both on tax and spending, in the next couple of weeks. We will try and take those decisions as compassionately as possible. So it's going to be tough going forward, but I don't expect it to be on the scale that she suggests.
Sir Edward Lee.
I congratulate the Chancellor on his soothing and competent tone, and of course we've got to calm the markets, but what is our vision? Of course we accept the shortcomings. Of course we accept the shortcomings of the mini-budget, but does he accept we can't just slide into a sort of second-rate economy and go in the direction of France with a bloated public sector, the higher taxes for 70 years, gross inefficiencies? So by the time of the next election, can we as a Conservative Party promise to get taxation back, at least the level it was when we started the start of this Parliament, and get corporation back to one of the most competitive in Europe? Otherwise, what is the point of the Conservative Party?
Here's the problem, Mr. Speaker, with all the noises we're getting from the party opposite. This compassionate Conservative government was able to step in with massive help from members of the public with the furlough scheme, with the energy price guarantee, because we took difficult decisions on the economy in the years that preceded it, each and every one that was opposed by the party opposite. I say to my right honourable friend that the point of a Conservative government is to build a strong economy. That's what we will do. It's the job. It's an important point I wish to make, Mr. Speaker. It is the job of the Chancellor not just to balance the books, but also to have a vision for economic growth. And I hope I will persuade him in 2 weeks' time that I have just that.
Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Chancellor agree with the Prime Minister, who confirmed that the state pension would rise with inflation in April? And if he does agree, can he commit to it today?
Well, I'm very aware of how many vulnerable pensioners there are and the importance of the triple lock. But as I said earlier, I'm not making any commitments on any individual policy areas. But every decision we take will be taken through the prism of what matters most to the most vulnerable.
Mark Harper.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Chancellor for his robust defence of Conservative economic policy over the last 12 years? More of that, please. And my inner chartered accountant can't but help welcome the fact that he's reassured me that it is the Treasury's job, essential task, to make sure the sums add up. Yeah. Can I ask him a little bit about the review of the energy price guarantee? It's right, I think, to focus taxpayer support on those that need it most, but can I draw to his attention that 1/7 of the population are not on the gas grid? 40% of my constituents are not. As he designs that system to protect the most vulnerable, can he make sure it works for everyone in the country, wherever they live and however they heat their homes?
Well, I look forward to lots of useful advice from his inner accountant over the months and years ahead. I will certainly bear that point in mind. The issue with the revised scheme that we want to announce for the energy price guarantee is that I think most people agree with the logic of targeting support where it's needed the most. But we need a scheme that works practically, and it's not actually particularly easy to design that kind of scheme. So we're going to do as much work as we can, and we'll announce what we're going to do as soon as we can, but we'll certainly bear in mind the points he made.
John MacDonald.
The backdrop to today's statement isn't just the chaos of the last fortnight. It is also a report of 3 weeks ago that demonstrated, as a result of austerity, there has been over 300,000 excess deaths. Can I ask him in his preparations for the 31st of October that he recognises that unless he increases benefits by at least the rate of inflation, there will be more excess deaths and suffering?
He will know, because I've said it many times today, that I'm not making firm commitments on any individual elements of tax and spending, but I hope he is reassured that I've been very clear about the values through which we will take those decisions.
Mr. Earling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my right honourable friend. He has hit the ground running in this job. These are difficult decisions. They're the correct decisions right now. We all aspire to tax cuts in the future, but he's right that we actually have to have the money to pay for those. But could I ask him, as he prepares for the 31st of October, to look in detail at how we address what is the most, in my view, deep-rooted problem this country faces and has done for decades, which is our current account deficit. We will not truly get rid of these issues until we restore a better balance in our national finances. Can I ask him to make that a priority?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for his question, and I agree. Ultimately, it is not sustainable to have a permanent current account deficit, and that is something we need to address.
Bentley.
The Chancellor announced that he will be reviewing the energy price guarantee. But does the government have any plans to review the level of support offered to off-grid properties with the cost of their heating bills this winter? There is cross-party consensus that the £100 payment is inadequate to meet the rising level of bills. So will he bring forward further support in advance of this winter?
Hear, hear.
Well, I've listened carefully to what the honourable gentleman said, as I did to my honourable friend from Forest of Dean, and we will certainly look carefully at what can be done for off-grid properties.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome the necessary but vigorous course corrections that my right honourable friend has introduced. He began his statement by saying that the central responsibilities of any government, they also include security, defence of Britain, support to our allies and standing up to our adversaries as we've done so in Ukraine. My right honourable friend knows the world's getting more dangerous, not less. Will he commit to continuing that promise of 3% GDP defence spend?
Well, it won't be a secret to my right honourable friend that I'm sympathetic to that because I've campaigned for it when I was a backbencher very loudly and visibly, but all of these things have to be sustainable. Any increase in defence spending has to be an increase that we can sustain over very many years. Let me just say to him today that I agree with him entirely that the duty of a government is security for the population in all senses of the word.
Steve McKay.
Thank you. Does the Chancellor's compassionate conservatism extend to raising the minimum income component of pension credit, or is he prepared to let the poorest pensioners in the land be sacrificed on the altar of Trussonomics?
What I gently say to him is that whilst I completely understand how important it is to support our most vulnerable pensioners, what they need more than anything is a strong economy that can pay for the support that we would want to give them.
Simon Hall.
Can I welcome my right honourable friend to his place and breathe a sigh of relief of the grown-up and sensible approach which he's taken to the issues at hand. Can I also echo the remarks of my right honourable friend for the Forest of Dean and the honourable member for Ceredigion of the need for my right honourable friend to take into account those who are off-grid and using heating oil. They deserve as much support as we possibly can. My right honourable friend is newly empowered and he is able to slay many dragons. Could he slay the dragon of fracking, which was not in our manifesto?
Well, this is an issue that's risen its head in my own constituency. Let me simply say to him, the government's position is very clear. We will not proceed unless there is local support.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the bonfire of government policy that's just taken place, the Chancellor wasn't very specific about what would happen to the Prime Minister's investment zone policy. Personally, I was hoping that it would be incinerated as well, not least because it is designed to undermine environmental regulation, to avoid fair taxation and bypass local democracy. Now, in the past, he has said that he is a green Tory. I have to put it to him that that is sadly an endangered species right now. But if he's serious about being a green Tory, will he now take steps to demonstrate it by ruling out any policies that will undermine nature, protection and restoration, and will he accept that there is no financial capital that is not entirely dependent on a thriving natural capital?
I am absolutely committed to protecting our green spaces and boosting biodiversity. But I also think it's important to look at environmental regulations to see if they can be streamlined in a way that is consistent with allowing the natural world to flourish as well as the economy.
George Freeman.
Yeah, can I welcome and thank the Chancellor for bringing so quickly a calm reassurance to the markets and to this crisis. Would you agree with me that economic crises based on political confidence mean everybody in this chamber, both sides of the House, have a duty to reassure the markets that we're capable of taking tough decisions? And would he second agree with me that as we look to grow, as he's highlighted, the technology and science areas provide huge opportunity and we should resist the opportunity to cut funding?
There is no more formidable advocate of science and technology than my right honourable friend. And I think he knows that I also care very much about that sector. And with respect to reassuring the markets, I think the most important thing is, as we said earlier, that there is actually no disagreement about the policies announced today. And I think it's important for the markets to know there is that consensus in the House.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, the Prime Minister told the BBC in Hull that we would be included in the Northern Powerhouse rail, despite not being included in the government's integrated rail plan. So I want to know, was the Prime Minister wrong to say that to the BBC in Hull?
I don't know, but I'll write and tell her.
Dr. Julia Lewis.
Mr. Speaker, may I warmly welcome the Chancellor's earlier remarks about defence and security. As it took us very many years to pay off this country's colossal Second World War debt, am I right in thinking that the huge costs of COVID and of Putin's aggression in Ukraine cannot possibly be cleared completely in the short to medium term?
Well, I wish I could answer that question, but as he will know better than me, this appalling saga is far from over, so we don't know what the total costs are going to be. I thank him for his very rapid, not entirely unexpected lobbying on defence budget issues since I took up this post. And what I would say to him is that I think the job of the Chancellor of the Exchequer is to make sure that our economy is strong enough to fund the role that Britain wants to play in the defence of democracy and freedom all over the world.
Speaker, I have worked with and against the Chancellor of the Exchequer on many occasions, and I've learned he's an honest man. But can I tell him today that he just said in his remarks that this country is always good at rising to the challenge of big and difficult times. Can I tell him what I hate about what he said today, really do hate about it, is there was no note of contrition. This big and bad was started by his lot only 2 weeks ago. Yeah. And it's not just big and bad, it's a national disaster that he did not give one word of contrition about the mess he's made this, his party's made of this country.
Get him back.
Well, all I would say to the honourable gentleman, for whom I do have the greatest respect, and we have many, many exchanges in this House over the years, is that I think actions speak louder than words. And I don't think I could have been plainer in going out this weekend and what I've said today in accepting that mistakes were made. But what the country wants to see is us correcting those mistakes, and that's what we've done.
Steve Bryan.
My right honourable friend knows that I'm very pleased to see him in Downing Street, and the sense of relief expressed to me this weekend as I've been out and about in my constituency was palpable. I welcome his statement, I welcome its realism, its honesty, and his trademark sense of optimism in his final remark, which I certainly could learn from. He's right that growth demands confidence. So does he have confidence that when the bank make their decisions a week or so after his statement in 2 weeks' time, that a rise in interest rates, which is terrifying my constituents, the mere prospect of it, is not inevitable?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for his generous comments. I just say this. It's not for the government to say what the Bank of England does when the Monetary Policy Committee makes its decision on interest rates. But of course, I've had conversations with the Governor to ask him what it is the bank needs to hear for them to feel that the inflationary pressures will be lower and they would not have to make as high an increase as perhaps some people are predicting. And thinking about the concerns of our constituents' mortgages is top of my mind.
Zora Sultana.
The Chancellor has pledged a new wave of austerity with public spending cuts, squeezing services that have already been cut to the bone over the past 12 years. This is without a mandate, and like before, this round of austerity is a political choice, not an economic necessity. So instead of cutting our services, the government could raise taxes on the super rich. And if the Chancellor believes in his approach, why doesn't it put it to the people and call for a general election?
With the greatest of respect to the Honourable Lady, I did not pledge, as she said, I think, a new wave of austerity. What I would say to her, if she doesn't like austerity, look at the generosity of the furlough scheme, look at the generosity of what we're doing on the cost of living crisis, all taken because of difficult decisions that she's opposed every time.
Richard Drax.
Speaker, can I welcome my right honourable friend to his place? He talks about growing the economy and a strong economy, and I'd agree with that. Can I just remind the House, particularly on the opposition benches, that it is in the main the private sector that raises the money, that pays the tax for the public sector. And we cannot go on hammering the private sector if we want to seek the growth that we want. So can I ask my right honourable friend, as he takes his place, and I really do welcome him there, that he bears this in mind and reduces taxation as soon as he's able to?
The answer is yes, and to demonstrate that I understand what he's talking about when he talks about the private sector, I'm going to say some words that I've always dreamed of saying from behind this dispatch box, which is that I used to be an entrepreneur.
Stuart Halsey.
Speaker, when the Chancellor spoke about difficult questions to be faced in the future, I hope he's not going to fall into the old trap of trying to cut his way to growth. It can't work. It never works. But can I actually welcome what he did today, the screeching U-turn on the vast majority of the mini-budget from the
Prime Minister and his predecessor. But given he's done that, and I do welcome it, can we have a guarantee from him today that so long as he has anything to do with it, there will never be a return to extremist, crank, experimental think tank economics?
I'm happy to offer that guarantee if he will agree to explicitly reject the extremist, crank, think tank economics of Scottish independence.
Robert Halford.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the direction of travel of my right honourable friend, and also the restatement of compassionate conservatism, which is at the heart of this political party. Could I just ask my right honourable friend that when the previous government had to rightly cut the Conservative government under Chancellor George Osborne had to cut the deficit and cut debt, they also helped the most needy with the cost of living, introducing the living wage and cutting taxes for lower earners, introducing a fuel duty freeze, but they also invested in skills and apprenticeships. And I know he's not going to give me an answer now, but could I ask him, will that be his guiding philosophy as he goes forward in his new role?
Well, I always listen to my honourable friend very carefully on these issues. Let me say to him this, that I don't think we will solve the growth paradox of this country, raising our long-term rate of economic growth to 2.5% from under 1%, unless we tackle the skills issue. It is absolutely central. I don't promise that I can give him an entire solution to that in 2 weeks' time, but it's something I'd very much like to talk to him more about.
On Cryer.
Mr. Speaker, government insiders are busy telling the press that the Bank of England is playing roulette, that's in quotes, with the British economy. Is that helpful or unhelpful?
Well, those comments have not been coming from the government since I have been a part of it. I can't talk about what happened before, but what I will say is that I am working extremely closely with the Bank of England, and we are both absolutely aligned on the need for stability.
James Coughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I congratulate my right friend. Welcome to his post. This is one of the crucial points, that one of the weaknesses of the plan for growth is that fiscal and monetary policy were effectively contradicting one another, and that when we talk about working with the Bank of England, what that really means is fiscal and monetary policy working in lockstep so that we deal with inflation, which is actually the biggest economic challenge we face.
He's actually answered the previous question much better than I did. The answer is yes.
Stephen Furry.
Thank you. It is quite right that the Chancellor is seeking to reassure the markets, but would he take the opportunity today to also reassure the millions of people who rely on benefits, both people who are in work and people who are out of work? The UK has some of the lowest benefits in Europe. People on benefits with no plan B, they have no savings, and they have huge anxiety at present given the current situation. So can he pledge the benefits will increase in line with existing government policy, in line with the CPI, and also will he reverse what the previous Chancellor said in his mini budget around the more punitive approach to be taken against those on benefits?
Well, what I would say to him is just very straightforward. It's because I want us to be able to support the poorest, the most vulnerable, the people in the greatest difficulties in society, that I think the most important thing I can do right now as Chancellor is what I can to create economic stability, and that's what I'm doing.
Alex Chalk.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome the Chancellor's swift and decisive action today, but also the tone and, above all, the candour of his remarks. Does the Chancellor agree with me that the best way to build, in the long term, a strong economy and a fair society for my constituents in Cheltenham, many of whom he met recently, is to repair the public finances in the short term? That's the Conservative way. That's what builds prosperity in the long term.
Absolutely, and only a couple of weeks ago I was sitting in a cafe in Cheltenham having a cold sandwich with him, and I also want to thank him for his incredible articulacy in lobbying for the needs of the people of Cheltenham.
Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Chancellor think that it's morally justifiable to lift the cap on bankers' bonuses whilst refusing to confirm that he will link benefits to inflation? Is it morally justifiable?
I understand why he's asked the question, and I believe that wealthier people should pay more as we go through a difficult period. But I think the mechanism that we were doing that with the cap wasn't working, and we will get more money out of the pockets of those rich bankers by what we're going to do now.
Drummond.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of our more advanced manufacturing businesses are in the defence sector, and they welcome our commitment to a growing defence spending. They have no problem with paying more corporation tax as long as there are incentives to support their cutting-edge research and development. Will my right honourable friend commit to ensure that those incentives are available across all industries?
Well, I think that's a very important point. We've got an issue that we need our companies to invest more in R&D. We've got, I think, a fantastic opportunity to be the world's next Silicon Valley with all the potential of our great universities and incredible levels of innovation. But I absolutely think there's more we can do, and I'll bear in mind her comments.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since 2015, the value of the pound's dropped about 30% compared to the dollar. After this government's mini budget, the pound hit an all-time low against the dollar. Now, given oil and gas and other related energy products are trading in dollars, isn't it the case it would be absolutely tanking the pound against the dollar? This government's actually added other costs to the cost of energy in the UK.
Well, I'm delighted that someone from the SNP is worried about the value of the pound, and I think that shows it matters to all of us. And I would say to him, in all seriousness, governments cannot control the value of currency and should not seek to do so. But insofar as our actions affect the stability of our markets, including the currency markets, the one thing we can do is show that we're balancing the books.
David Morris.
I'd like to welcome the new Chancellor in his new position, my right honourable friend, my friend. And I would also, Madam Deputy Speaker, you wouldn't know this, but my right honourable friend should have been coming to Morecambe on Thursday, but of course last weekend has changed these things. However, I would extend the invitation to come to Morecambe to see how much money has been spent there, how it has been doing very well since 2010, and come and see the Eden Project North site and the stakeholders.
I'd be delighted to accept his invitation, and he might not want to tell me what he'd like as a christening present for his daughter, because I've now got £1 trillion at my disposal.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the history of British democracy, have we ever had such a calamitous start for a Prime Minister? And now 4 Chancellors in 4 months. But it was a majority of Conservative MPs and members who inflicted upon our country the fantasy trickle-down economics when they naively decided to take a break, a holiday from reality, which has left many of my Slough constituents struggling to pay their bills. So does the new Chancellor, given that he has effectively dumped the kamikaze mini-budget, does he agree that he and the Prime Minister no longer have a democratic mandate to continue in their positions, and that they should step aside and let the exasperated British people make their decision?
Order, just before the Chancellor answers that question and responds to the very neat speech that the honourable gentleman has just made, I must appeal to colleagues for quick questions. We've had all the speeches. We don't need to hear all the same thing all over again. Quick questions so that the Chancellor can give brief replies, because otherwise we'll never get on to the other business. Chancellor.
I don't think a general election would contribute to stability if people had to worry about the disastrous policies of a future Labour government.
You've just pursued them all.
Mike Wood.
Deputy Speaker, I know that the decisions the Chancellor has taken today he would not have taken easily, but he will recognise that the planned increases in alcohol duties will have a devastating impact on many small pubs, small brewers and hospitality businesses. Will he look at how the changes he is making to beer duty in particular can be structured to help rather than harm these small hospitality businesses and perhaps bring forward the implementation of draft beer duty?
I do hear my honourable friend, and the hospitality industry is incredibly important for our economy. And I just say two things. First of all, as he knows, we are reviewing the whole structure of duties when it comes to alcohol, and as part of that process, we will be keeping the levels of duty under constant review.
Tim Farron.
Deputy Speaker, many U-turns, but one that he has not made that is massively relevant to Cumbria and other rural communities. The cut in stamp duty will help nearly nobody who can currently not afford a home to be able to afford one. What it will do is add fuel to the fire of a second home ownership and Airbnb disaster in areas like the Lakes and the Dales. Will he understand the damage that excessive second home ownership and Airbnb does to communities like mine and indeed other parts of the country? Will he think again and do something to support our communities and to stop the housing catastrophe?
I do entirely understand the concerns of second home owners, and the government has been looking at that policy in enormous detail over recent months. But I would gently say to him that it would be wrong to be dismissive of the concerns of young people desperately trying to get onto the housing ladder, and the help we are giving them with the stamp duty reforms will make a significant difference.
Alan Cairns.
Deputy Speaker, I pay tribute to the Chancellor for his statement and for the urgency in which he's taken them. The energy price guarantee was welcomed across the House, although that is probably the policy that created the greatest uncertainty in the financial markets. Does my right honourable friend agree, as he reviews the policy, that there will continually be challenges in this area so long as Putin maintains his aggressive conflict in the Ukraine?
Absolutely, and I'm very pleased that he made that point, because we should remember that Putin's game is to try and turn economic instability into political instability, and we must not play along with it.
Stephen Doughty.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The chaos in the bond markets impacting on pensions were as a result of decisions by his government, his party, his Prime Minister. Can he now tell us, are all pension funds secure? What is the value of the total losses? And what actions will he be taking to ensure that people can have confidence in their pensions? Why should they ever trust the Tories with their pensions again?
I'm afraid I don't accept his analysis of why those problems happened at all. But I don't deny that we have had some issues with pension funds, but I would just point him to the Governor of the Bank of England's statement today that says that we are well on our way to resolving them.
Jack Burton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People and businesses across Stoke-on-Trent are incredibly thankful for the support with energy bills throughout the winter. So will my right honourable friend look at when he comes to review these policies in April to make sure that those who most need that support are protected most, and particularly those energy-intensive businesses like ceramics in Stoke-on-Trent?
Well, my honourable friend will be pleased to know that I've already had discussions, extensive discussions with my Treasury officials about the needs of energy-intensive industries, and we're very well aware of those issues.
Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It seems quite baffling to me that everybody giving and I welcome him to his place, plaudits for all the work he's done and well done, when the thing that he is undoing was the Prime Minister's budget, as if the last 4 weeks haven't happened, and I feel a tiny bit gaslit by it, I have to say. So why is he spending £2 billion a year on unfunded stamp duty cuts when he said today he couldn't announce unfunded tax cuts? So how is he going to pay for that?
She'll find out in 2 weeks.
Andrew Jones.
Can I just say it's very good to see my right honourable friend in his place. Does he agree that as well as supporting families and businesses now with energy bills, the need for long-term energy resilience is as urgent as ever? Will that be one of his priorities?
It will, not just my responsibility, but that of the whole government, because I think good government is about fixing long-term issues as well as dealing with short-term crises, and that is definitely a very, very important long-term issue.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we live in a deeply divided country and a deeply divided society.
There are more poor people than ever, there's more people accessing food banks than ever before, and there are more children growing up in absolute poverty and, as a result of that, not achieving their best in life. Twice he's refused to answer the question about whether he will raise benefits in line with inflation. For a third time, can he please assure those people who rely on benefits for their very existence that they will be increased at least in line with inflation to tackle the appalling poverty that so many people face?
Well, I respect the right honourable gentleman for pressing me on that issue, because I understand how important it is. And let me say to him, the reason I'm not able to give him the answer he seeks is because I'm not giving that answer on any area of spending or any tax policy. The situation we face is extremely grave, and we have to look at these issues in the round. And we will come to the House with those decisions just as soon as they have been made and also independently audited by the Office for Budget Responsibility.
Laura Farris.
Speaker, I welcome the rapid grip my right honourable friend has exerted on the public finances. It's been reflected throughout the day by the rally in sterling and gilts. But can I seek clarification of his comments on investment relief? Will he maintain his commitment to seed enterprise investment schemes focused on science and technology? They are thriving sectors in my constituency, and as he alluded to, they are the engines of our future economic success.
Well, I ran a small technology business for 14 years, so it's very much where my heart is. And I think there's a massive opportunity for the UK to create something a bit like the City of London, something that can really pay an enormous amount of corporate tax for many, many years to come. So I just want to say to her now, although I can't give her the answer, I am determined to grip that opportunity.
Pete Wishart.
If the Chancellor would like to take this opportunity to concede that he is now the de facto Prime Minister, and it's he that calls the shots in government, and what must be the most bizarre and surreal coup in political history. But I'm wondering, in this new role, does he think that the current Prime Minister is a help or a hindrance to his economic objectives?
Look, I just say this. It is the most challenging form of leadership to accept that a decision you have made has to be changed. And the Prime Minister has done that, and she has done so willingly because she understands the importance of economic stability, and I respect her for it.
Ian Levy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome my right honourable friend to his place. Would my right honourable friend please give the constituents, my constituents of Blythe Valley, an assurance that this Conservative government will continue to support the most vulnerable in society with their energy bills in the months ahead?
I will absolutely give that assurance, and I will say to him his own background is in mental health, and he understands just how vulnerable people can get, and those concerns will be topmost of our mind.
Grant Davis.
Yes, will the Chancellor, before he goes on a spending cut spree of public services, look at the analysis in today's Financial Times that says for every £1 invested in the NHS, it generates £4 in growth? And will he also do what he can to protect poorly paid health workers who are facing much higher mortgage costs due to his government?
Well, until he got to the end bit, I was going to say that sounds like the question I should have been asking the previous Chancellor as Chair of the Health and Social Care Select Committee. I'm very aware of how the NHS doesn't just cost us money, but can contribute to our growth. And I think there is an enormous opportunity for this country to become one of the life science giants in the world.
Robin Walker.
My right honourable friend, his place and his focus on both fiscal responsibility and compassionate conservatism. Further to his very welcome answer to my right honourable friend from Harlow, would he agree that that money invested in the skills and the education of the most disadvantaged is money well spent, which will benefit the fiscal growth and stability of our country in the future?
I absolutely do, and I think there are many economists like Paul Johnson who would say that if we really want to have the productivity, the levels of wealth and prosperity of places like Germany and Singapore, then the skills gap is the biggest gap we have. I think it's scandalous that for decades, governments of all sides of this House have not been able to deal with the fact that around 100,000 people leave school every year unable to read. And I think these are very important issues, but I want to be honest, this is not something I'm going to be able to address, or the government's going to be able to address in the next 2 weeks, but it is absolutely something we'll have to come back to.
Chris Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For all the hand-wringing and soft soap, I'm afraid I don't think this one's any better than the last Chancellor. Yeah. Well, he's been present at all the failures over the last 12 years. The failure to invest in the NHS, the failure to make sure that we had PPE in time for a pandemic, the failure to deal properly with the invasion of Ukraine under, and the annexation of Crimea.
In 2014,
and,
exactly.
and all of these things, he has been there at the scene of the crime. And the biggest problem is, we will now have, as a result of 12 years of Tory economics, we will have the highest tax take in our history, and still the highest borrowing in our history, and probably the largest tax cuts in our history. Why is this the only country, the only major economy in the world that has not yet grown to the level that it was before the pandemic?
I actually have a lot of respect for the honourable gentleman as a great parliamentarian, but will he allow me to say that there isn't really a polite word to describe the nonsense that he's just said? We inherited the worst financial crisis since the Second World War from his party, and since then we are the third highest growing country in the G7. He talked about the NHS, which had a 20 billion increase in funding on my watch, 40,000 more doctors, nurses and other clinicians, and there's more to come if we take the difficult decisions to grow our economy that his party always opposes.
Holly Mumby-Croft.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend the Chancellor knows very well the importance of steel, both to my Scunthorpe constituency and to our country. Will he confirm that the energy support package for business remains unaltered, and that when the Treasury enters into the 3-month review, they will do so mindful of the strategic value of steel?
Yes and yes.
Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, when the Chancellor gets to speak, can he withdraw the claim that Labour opposed the furlough? Because actually we didn't, we supported furlough. Yeah. But secondly, the Chancellor was of the view, the previous Chancellor was of the view that if you reduce corporation tax, more money came back in revenue, and indeed, in his own short-lived leadership contest, he seemed to be saying the same thing. He proposed even greater cuts to corporation tax. So can he now tell us, does he believe that an increase in corporation tax will raise more revenue, or what, as he previously said, less?
Let me just say this to the honourable gentleman. I didn't say that Labour opposed the furlough scheme. What I said is, you like it when we spend money, but you oppose all the measures necessary for the economy to be able to afford them. And when it comes to corporation tax, I would love to reduce corporation tax, and in the long run, I think you do get more money. Well, I'm answering his question. You do get more money back, but it has to be on money that you actually have. It can't be on borrowed money, and that's why we have changed direction.
Anthony Mangnall.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm utterly delighted to see the right honourable gentleman in his place, and it was an honour to be on his campaign team at the very beginning. But can I just add one small point, which is last week I met with the hospitality and tourism sector. They see the possibility of 10,000 businesses going out of business. Can I ask whether or not he will meet with me and representatives from the hospitality and tourism sector to talk about what we can do to keep that sector open, because it is absolutely the powerhouse of the British economy?
Well, after his generous comments, the answer is absolutely yes.
Beth Winter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor has today raised the prospect of further departmental savings. He actually means cuts. But from the TUC to the IFG and the Welsh Local Government Association, it's agreed that there's nothing left to cut. So when will the Chancellor listen to the Wealth Tax Commission and others urging the government to raise tax on wealth and non-earnings income rather than decimate public services that our constituents rely on?
Excellent. We already, with Conservative support, ask wealthier people to pay far more tax than people on low means. But the kind of taxes that she is advocating would destroy the wealth of the overall economy. I mean, we have less money for the NHS and for people who need it the most.
Yeah. John Stevenson.
I appreciate the Chancellor has some really difficult decisions on tax and spending, but if we are to grow the economy, we must maintain the capital expenditure that we have. Up and down the country, there are a number of projects that were allocated funding 3-4 years ago that are now out to tender that can be built in the next 12 to 18 months, but they may have a slight shortfall. Will the Chancellor be sensitive to those projects? Because if we are to grow the economy, it is these sort of capital projects that we need to start.
Well, look, I absolutely agree about the importance of capital to the long-term growth of the economy, and indeed not just those projects but many other projects. So yes, we'll be sensitive to it, but I'm afraid that doesn't mean that we won't have to take difficult decisions.
Brendan O'Hara.
No, it's not here.
Right, the honourable gentleman disappeared before my very eyes. Ronnie Cowan.
No, it's not here.
All right, they're falling like 9 pins. My goodness me, we'd better try something different. Kirsten Oswald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been reported that by the Number 10 were briefing that the Chancellor's statement was due to unspecified global headwinds rather than the mini-budget. But the former Deputy Governor of the Bank of England, Charles Bean, disagreed and said that the Prime Minister's insistence that the UK's economic turmoil was a global phenomenon was disingenuous. So to be clear, what does the Chancellor believe has happened here? Who does he agree with? Who does he think is responsible for the terrible financial thumping that my constituents are now being affected by?
I don't think I could have been clearer in my statement. I said that the turmoil we've had is as a result of international and domestic factors.
Jerome Mayhew.
Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor will be aware that his actions over the last few days has already lowered long-term expectations for interest rates. So can my right honourable friend set out for the House what impact he anticipates that will have on mortgage rates in my constituency of Broughton and across the country, as well as on the government's ability to fund future services?
Well, I absolutely salute him for thinking about the needs of families having to pay mortgages which have an enormous impact on their finances. But as I have learnt in my short time in this job, Chancellors never comment on what mortgage rates or interest rates should be. But I absolutely want to make sure that insofar as the government can influence it, we make sure that they're held down as low as possible.
Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you. I'll be a bit more generous, and can I genuinely welcome the re-emphasis on market stability, on sound economic finance, and ensuring that our country genuinely has an economic policy that isn't going to frighten the markets. The Chancellor says that he is reviewing all tax and spending ahead of the budget, and he wants to ensure that he takes communities with him. Can I just impress on him the very real damage that was done in lots of communities across this country that one might call the red wall seats, but not all of them voted for the Conservatives in 2019, through the cuts to local government, 60 pence in the pound. Local government cannot take that level of cut again. So can I ask him to at least consider ensuring that those communities are protected?
Well, I'm not making any commitments on individual areas of any tax or spend, but I absolutely do understand the pressures faced in local government, yes.
Aaron Bell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Chancellor to his place? Can I welcome what he said about economic stability and the stability he's brought, and also what he said about protecting the most vulnerable, which I know my constituents will welcome. When the people of Newcastle-under-Lyme voted for me and for this government in 2019, they wanted to deliver Brexit, deliver us from the Labour Party, but also deliver us levelling up. And despite the difficult economic circumstances, can the Chancellor reassure me that this government will continue to spread opportunity and growth and investment across this nation?
Absolutely delighted to give that assurance. I think that it's a fundamental part of the Conservative philosophy that economic opportunity should be evenly shared across the country, and we accept that it isn't at the moment.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chief Executive of the Scotch Whisky Association made the point this morning that time after time freezes in spirits duty has delivered more revenue to the Treasury, contrary to all the forecasts from the Treasury. The Chancellor will know that that is correct. So why does he think it would be different this time?
Well, I will happily take that piece of wisdom away to the Treasury and ask them to relook at the figures, but I don't think it's likely they would have advised me to take the measures that I took today if that was the case. But I will go and ask them to look at it again.
Peter Aldous.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome my right honourable friend to his new role, and I commend him for the prompt and decisive action that he has already taken. He has rightly said that the government wished to protect the most vulnerable, and with this in mind, taking into account the parameters that he has already set out, can I urge him, as soon as practically possible, to confirm that benefits will be uprated in line with inflation? In doing so, he will be removing a burden of worry and anxiety that is hanging over a great many people in this country at the current time.
Well, that issue has been raised by a number of colleagues from across the House, and as I said previously, I thank him for raising it. I understand how important the issue is. He'll understand that I'm not in a position to make any commitments in any area today. We will make our decisions as soon as we can and then bring them back to this House, but I hear what he says.
Ellie Reeves.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. SE20 Cycles in my constituency is a popular bike shop and the proud home of Penge Cycle Club. The owner, Winnie, is facing an energy bill of £11,000 before winter has even started. And it's only through the support of a local crowdfunder that Winnie is able to keep his doors open. So what does the Chancellor have to say to SE20 Cycles and the thousands of small businesses like them that face higher energy bills, higher rents, higher prices, and frankly the terrifying uncertainty because of this government's incompetence?
Well, we introduced the energy price guarantee precisely because we care about families and also businesses that are facing unexpected increases in their fuel bills. So I'll write to her to tell her exactly how we're supporting small businesses in her constituency.
Richard Holden.
Deputy Speaker, and I would really like to welcome my right honourable friend to his place as a great first step in restoring trust and confidence in our economy. And while I welcome the broad package of energy support measures, can I echo sentiments of other honourable members and those of my constituents from Cowsill Village Hall, who I met this weekend up in rural Weardale, who are very concerned about the extra costs of being off-grid. And if you could look at that over the next couple of weeks, it would be massively appreciated. And would you also keep working on that broader energy security measures so that we can ensure that we don't face this situation again in the future?
Chancellor.
Absolutely do that.
Gavin Newlands.
Brexit merited not one mention in his statement, because the truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this economic crisis was baked in when his party committed to a hard Brexit. It was just a matter of when, although the Prime Minister substantially brought that forward. The then Member of Parliament for South West Surrey said that service levels and investment in public service would be massively impacted by Brexit. So did the Chancellor agree with the then Member for South West Surrey?
I'm very sorry. No, I missed the last part of his question, and so I want to give him. I'm not sure if he's allowed to say it again, but on the first part of his question, I would just simply say that when it comes to Brexit, the UK grew faster than the Eurozone countries since 2016. So I don't accept his analysis.
James Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the Chancellor to his place? He, more than anybody else, will be aware of the pressures that are in the health and social care system as we enter a difficult winter. And would he be able to give reassurance to the people working in the NHS and to patients across the country that he will maintain levels of funding necessary to cope with those winter pressures and also cope with the challenges which the health and social care system will face in the future?
Well, I'm one of, I think, only 2 Chancellors who has been Health Secretary, so I'm very, very aware of the pressures in the NHS. And I'm not making any commitments, but I would say that when it comes to the NHS, the whole country wants to make sure that it's able to cope with not just winter crises, but also the pressures that we've had since COVID. So we will look at that very, very carefully. But I would also like to see reform in the way NHS funding is spent, because I think we can do better with the large sums that we spend already.
Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After the government's disastrous mini-budget, I heard from a constituent, a single-person first-time buyer, who had been saving to buy a home for 7 years and who can no longer afford a mortgage. She described that as a kick in the teeth. What does the Chancellor of the Exchequer say to my constituent and to all those ordinary people across the country battling price rises, struggling with increased mortgage costs and having their pensions hit because of the effects of 3 weeks of instability caused by the economic incompetence of the current Prime Minister and her government?
We've listened to her concerns, we've changed our policies as a result, but also, in fairness, the rise in interest rates is not just because of actions taken by the UK government in the last few weeks, it's because of global factors, and we will do everything we can going forward to shield people like your constituent from those global factors, but we can't do everything.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his statement today. Look, it's absolutely right that the government prioritises above all else economic stability and accordingly makes the necessary but difficult decisions given the challenging circumstances. Can you confirm that pursuing a high-growth economy remains central to the vision and will you continue to pursue policies of reducing the tax burden as circumstances and the economy allows?
I'm happy to confirm to my honourable friend both those points.
Wendy Chamberlain.
I'd like to return to a theme that I picked up at the Plan for Growth 3 weeks ago, which is carers, and particularly unpaid carers, who are finding, because of carers allowance, they either basically cannot work at all because of carers allowance, or it means that they're struggling to make ends meet. Will the Chancellor confirm, are we going to see inflationary increases to benefits? But if not, is he going to consider expanding the means-tested cost of living payments to include those on carers allowance, or at the very least will they just allow people to work more before their carers allowance is impacted?
Well, I've said, and she will have heard me say, that I'm not announcing decisions on any individual areas because of the gravity of the situation we face. But the other issues she raises about carers allowance, I will happily write to her on anyway, because I think these are all things we keep under review.
Jason McCartney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome the fact we now have an entrepreneur in 11 Downing Street. I also welcome the fact that the Chancellor over the weekend has been speaking once again about compassionate conservatism, supporting those in our communities most in need whilst striving for sustainable growth. Now, I know my right honourable friend isn't making any spending commitments today, but does he agree with me in principle one of the best ways that we can support and create sustainable jobs in our communities is by continuing to invest in our levelling up agenda across communities in our country?
Chancellor.
Absolutely. I'm very happy to confirm that I agree with that in principle.
Lisa Cameron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 2 very important conferences are taking place in the UK this week, the Digital Asset Summit and the Bitcoin Collective Summit, supporting the government's aim towards a UK cryptocurrency hub. The all-party parliamentary group of digital assets and cryptocurrency that I chair are keen to meet with Treasury to hear about his commitments towards regulation and consumer protection, but also to take forward the vast potential of this area in terms of job creation and innovation and growth.
Thank you very much. I know she's been in discussions with the Financial Secretary to the Treasury, and I know he'd be delighted to communicate with her further because she obviously has a lot of expertise in this area.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For 3.5 weeks, the government have gambled with people's pensions, with their mortgages and their futures. I noticed the Chancellor's list of people he has met, didn't mention the pensions regulator, and yet pensions have taken a significant hit over this period. So can he say that pensions schemes will not be deemed as unviable over this period, will get the support they need from government and ensure that they are stable for the future, both defined contribution and defined benefit schemes?
Well, I have had many discussions on pensions issues with the Governor of the Bank of England, who, as she knows, has taken extensive action to protect the viability of pension funds. And she will be as pleased as I was that he announced today that he thinks that he has basically succeeded in resolving that issue in nearly every case.
Chris Stevens.
Madam Deputy Speaker, so can I ask the Chancellor if he will commit to the House that he will also, as part of his decision-making, take notice of social consequences and a need for social stability, because Food Aid Charities handed a petition to Downing Street today saying that they are struggling to meet the demands of their fellow citizens. And will he meet those charities to impress upon them the urgent need to uprate benefits in line with inflation?
Well, I'm meeting with many different people to discuss that very issue. But I'm afraid I can only point him to my earlier answer that I'm not announcing any decisions on it today.
Clive Efford.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor has taken plaudits for having calmed the markets, but he hasn't resolved the problem. He's just stopped it getting worse. Gilts are still going to cost more. Borrowing is going to cost more for the government. In perpetuity going forwards, that's going to impact on people's mortgage rates. Does he expect repossessions to go up in the coming future? And if so, what action will he take in order to assist those people who find themselves in that situation because of the Prime Minister's reckless budget?
Because I don't want that to happen, that I've taken the very difficult decisions today.
Christine Jardine.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the Chancellor would agree that certainty is key to stability for businesses. So, as has already been mentioned by one or two honourable friends, the Scotch whisky industry and the spirits industry generally is now facing uncertainty because of the U-turn that the Chancellor has done on freezing duty. And they have no certainty about whether it will now go up or when it will go up or when they will even know. So can the Chancellor commit to letting them know at an early date, as soon as possible, what actually is going to happen to a vital industry for so many of our constituencies?
We will conclude the decisions on what we're going to do in terms of excise duty reform generally as quickly as we can. But for now, I'm afraid the difficult decision that I announced today stands, and we are not going to be able to proceed with the freeze from next February.
Barry Gardner.
I genuinely welcome many of the announcements that the Chancellor has made today and the stability that they will produce. And I wish him well, Madam Deputy Speaker, for all our sakes in his new role. I want to focus his attention back on the young couple seeking to purchase their first home and their fear that the housing shortage means that the cut in stamp duty will not actually benefit them, but will simply raise the price of the property and benefit existing homeowners. Or has he managed in the last 24 hours and his party to abolish the law of supply and demand?
No, I haven't, and we recognise the need for more housing and the problems in the planning system, and they will be top of our mind as we announce reforms to restore economic growth.
Joanna Cherry.
Mr. Speaker, last month I pressed the Government to commit to extending the short-term energy price support announced for business and said they couldn't afford to wait for the 3-month review because they need certainty. Today we hear the same uncertainty is to be imposed on every single household across my Edinburgh South West constituency and indeed across the United Kingdom, because the Chancellor is reversing on the Prime Minister's promise to give energy support to households for 2 years. My constituents live in one of the most energy-rich countries in the world, and yet they're facing crippling bills. Does the Chancellor think that's a good example of the dividend he says Scotland gets from being in the Union?
Well, I do think that not just Scotland, but England, Wales and Northern Ireland get a fantastic dividend from being in the Union. But let me say to her, we have not reneged on our commitment to help people on low incomes with energy bills next year. We've said we're going to review it and we need a more targeted scheme, but we absolutely want to give help to her constituents and everyone's constituents.
Stephen Timms.
Mr. Speaker, does the Chancellor recognise that there was a very heavy blow to the lowest income households in the country last April when social security benefits were uprated by 3.1% and inflation was nearly 10%? It was justified at the time on the basis that's what the regular uprating formula delivered, and that the same formula would be used next April, assurance given by both the then Chancellor and the Prime Minister. Will he recognise, as he reflects on his announcements in a couple of weeks' time, that this is a matter, yes, of compassion, but also of fairness?
I do accept that, and I think compassion and fairness are two sides of the same coin, and I've told him that whilst I can't give the answers to any of these decisions, it will be through those prisms that we make these very difficult choices.
Patrick Grady.
Deputy Speaker, how will the concerns and experiences of the nations and regions of the United Kingdom be represented on his new advisory panel? And what, if any, are the Barnett consequentials of today's amendment for the devolved administration budgets?
On the latter point, I'll write to him, and on the former point, I'm very confident that the advisers I have will be able to speak for the whole United Kingdom.
Nick Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, could I press the Chancellor? The defined benefit pensions market has been in turmoil. Schemes nearly folded, and the Bank of England has spent £20 billion to steady the market. So can I ask the Chancellor how he's going to grip this better so pensioners can have confidence in their schemes?
Well, I believe the Bank of England has taken very important action, and I just refer him to what the Governor of the Bank of England said today and his confidence that those issues have been largely resolved.
Alan Dorrans.
Madam Deputy Speaker, good evening. Madam Deputy Speaker, earlier this afternoon the Chancellor announced the formation of a new Economic Advisory Council. Can he confirm they will be independent and they are not major donors to the Conservative Party seeking to gain influence in government policy?
Well, I can confirm they will be independent, and I can confirm that there will be no improper influence exerted, and I can confirm that he'll be very pleased to hear that all donations to the Conservative Party are vetted and legal.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've listened carefully to what the Chancellor has said. Our public services are on their knees after 12 years of Tory misrule. They really can't cope with any further cuts. In contrast, the very richest have seen their wealth soar threefold over the past decade. So surely, rather than further cuts to our public services, wouldn't it be fairer to impose a wealth tax on the very richest in our society?
The trouble with those kinds of taxes is that they end up inhibiting the wealth-creating capacity of the economy to fund the very public services that he supports. And so I do support wealthier people paying more tax, but only when it creates more resources to put into the public services we all need.
Stephen Flynn.
A government that Scotland didn't vote for, a Chancellor who's leading the way despite Scotland not voting for him, and of course he's about to impose swinging public sector cuts upon Scotland that again we did not vote for. With that prospectus, is it any surprise that the people of Scotland are going to choose a different path?
Well, I'm very happy that he's concerned about what the people of Scotland voted for, which was to remain in the United Kingdom.
Karen Smith.
Deputy Speaker, for the past year I found myself agreeing regularly with the Right Honourable Gentleman when he warned that the workforce burnout across the NHS and social care had reached emergency levels and is an extraordinary dangerous risk to the functioning of both services. Does he stand by that assessment today, and will he now be supporting an independent workforce plan?
It's very difficult to uninvent or unsay things that you've said on the floor of this House. I'm not going to make any commitments today, but let me say that in my time as Chair of the Health and Social Care Select Committee, I learned a great deal about how the NHS functions, as I did indeed when I was Health Secretary, and I hope that will be useful to me in my role.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The dog-like devotion that the Tory branch office members in Scotland have for their London bosses was hopelessly exposed when they urged the Scottish Government to follow the disastrous tax plans of the soon-to-be former Prime Minister. Hours later, the same branch office members applauded October's Chancellor's abandonment of those plans in a desperate effort to stay on script. Does the current Chancellor agree that those in the Tory branch office in Scotland should apologise to the people of Scotland for seeking to railroad the Scottish Government down a path which would have caused even more pain for struggling households?
Well, the Tory government that she so hates has shown itself in the last few days to be willing to take tough and difficult decisions if they're right for the country. So here's a tough and difficult decision for her. Independence will make Scotland poorer in every single way, so why don't you abandon it?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor has reversed most of his Prime Minister's budget, yet is still talking about spending cuts to pay for the fine mess his government has got this country into. Tory austerity broke our precious NHS, which he had a hand in. Now he is in charge of purse strings. Will he put his money where his mouth is, invest in NHS, implement the workforce plan he knows is desperately needed?
Well, before I was Chancellor, with great respect to the Honourable Gentleman, I think I did put my money where my mouth is, because when I became Health Secretary, we were funding the NHS at the OECD average, and now it's the 5th highest in the OECD. So I've started to fix years of disastrous Labour underfunding.
Jim Shannon.
Sorry, you threw me off there. I was looking around to see who it was. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me. Can I say how very pleased I am to see the Chancellor in his place, and I wish him well. I think his House wishes him well in the job he has to do. Northern Ireland are global leaders in areas like cybersecurity and advanced manufacturing, and it's also the top location in the UK outside of London for foreign direct investment. However, the rate of economic activity in Northern Ireland is higher than anywhere in Great Britain. This costs the economy some £16 billion annually. Can I ask the Chancellor this? Can he give any indication as to whether Northern Ireland will receive a fair proportion of the levelling up funding under round 2 rather than the first phase where the 3% shared target was missed? Thank you.
Well, as he knows, I'm not announcing any decisions today, but it would always be my intention to give a fair deal to Northern Ireland, which is an incredibly precious part of our union.
A new Chancellor, October's Chancellor, said with no small measure of smug superiority and constitutional illiteracy that, in his opinion, the 4 members he identified of his Economic Advisory Board, 3 members, as I counted, of large accountancy firms and 1 former insider from the Treasury, were well equipped to usher in the best possible economic plan for the devolved nations. That's clearly patent nonsense, but has it occurred to the Chancellor to invite the finance ministers from the devolved nations to form part of his Economic Advisory Board, or is that beneath him?
I have regular contact and will continue to have... excuse me, would you let me answer? I have regular... Sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was hoping the Honourable Gentleman would let me answer. I have regular contact with my finance minister counterparts in the devolved nations, and indeed the Chief Secretary of the Treasury had discussions today. But this Economic Council is something different. This is about trying to make sure that we deal effectively with the instability that we've seen in the markets, which is mainly London-based, and we want to make sure that it doesn't happen again. So I think I've got 4 fantastic people for that role.
Colin Markwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My constituents of Birmingham, Perry Bar, and the people of the West Midlands who work tirelessly to be able to secure homes for their families now look on in disbelief as they are having to focus on soaring energy bills in addition to crippling mortgage interest rates. Can the Chancellor explain how he will ensure my constituents will not lose all they have worked for and they do not need to make a choice between heating, eating or keeping their homes?
Because we are taking difficult decisions, we will do whatever it takes to restore economic stability. That is the biggest single thing we can do.
Marie Rimmer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could the Chancellor explain to me
The announcements today on tax, will they have implication on the primary legislation that the government is looking to introduce to enable the offer on tax and simplify regulations on the investment zones? This was an in-principle policy published on the 24th of September, and then expressions of interest asked for on the 2nd of October, and a rushed, you've got to have them in by the 14th of October. There's very little detail for people to make really informed decisions. And no, I'll write again if the Bay's Secretary of State remains the same. I've written to 2 on one really good scheme, which is going to be massive. And my constituency are two of the most deprived boroughs, Knowsley, second deprived in the country, and they've had nothing yet. And then we've got St Helens, which is high up there. But the schemes are just wonderful. What was the impact? Sorry, I've sat down. My knees.
Because we're getting towards the end of our questions, I will reply to her letter. I don't believe there is any implications from what I've said today, but if I'm wrong, I'll let her know.
Munira Wilson.
Deputy Speaker, if the Chancellor is serious about growth, he has to be serious about education. Yet school governors in my constituency recently described the funding situation they face as soul-destroying. One said, we've trimmed everything we can possibly trim. They're considering laying off teaching assistants, delaying building repairs and axing school trips. So could the Chancellor of the Exchequer tell parents and teachers in my constituency what else he wants schools to cut to pay for the Prime Minister's economic incompetence?
Well, I want to do everything I can to protect our precious public services. I totally agree with her about the link between education and economic growth, but I also think it's about social justice. I want to have fantastic schools for all our children, from whatever their background. That's why I've taken the difficult decisions I've announced today.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I know the Chancellor has already performed quite a lot of U-turns today, but can I invite him to make another U-turn, specifically on fracking? Given that renewable energy is 9 times cheaper, wouldn't it make good economic sense to invest in renewables rather than fracking?
Well, we're not going to do fracking unless it has local consent. But can I also say, as someone who believes passionately we've got to do more on climate change, it is not helping climate change to import hydrocarbons from other countries and say that as a result we are being very virtuous in reducing our own emissions. We need to do what it takes to reduce overall emissions.
Peter Grant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Chancellor in advance for what he's promised to publish over the next 2 weeks, because it will be the starkest ever confirmation of the awful price of better together. Unless you're a banker on a bumper bonus, which not many of my constituents are, they're looking at higher food prices, higher fuel prices, higher mortgages, reducing wages in real terms, falling benefits in real terms, and savage real terms cuts in public services. Alternatively, my constituents could be building towards a Scotland that's creating 385,000 jobs in renewable energy, producing between 3 and 4 times as much energy as we need, and who knows, maybe even selling it on at mates rates to our friends and neighbours as long as they treat us well. I respect the Chancellor's right to dismiss that future. I think he's doing himself an injustice by basing his dismissal on blind evidence-light dogma rather than looking at the facts. But will he accept that it is not for him, for anyone in those benches, or indeed for anyone in these benches, to deny my constituents the right to choose between those two futures?
I can accept that he and I are different in that I am totally emotionally committed to the union and it's part of my identity, and he feels differently about that. But what I can't accept is that it would be anything other than madness for every household in Scotland to want to leave the United Kingdom, which would make them much worse off.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor spoke of cuts, albeit shrouded in compassionate conservatism, a paradox if ever there was one. But surely he must realise how serious things are in public services at the moment. In Salford alone, the council is sitting on a 16 million shortfall due to soaring energy costs. That's on top of slashing their previous budget in half and slashing their staff rotas by over half. How can he possibly put forward compassionate cuts upon services that are barely able to function at the moment?
It's because I want to be able to invest in public services like the ones that she talks about that I think it's so important to take tough economic decisions at times like this. And all I would say is that whilst she and I have a different viewpoint on many issues. Her party has supported the decisions that I have taken today, and I think that was the right thing.
Martin Day.
Madam Deputy Speaker, having heard the Chancellor's televised statement earlier, gilt prices rose and the yield on them fell, thereby reducing their effective interest rate. Does the Chancellor recognise that the markets have effectively factored in the removal from office of the Prime Minister, and what does he think will happen if this does not happen?
I'm afraid one of the first lessons I was told as Chancellor is never to speculate on why markets do what they do, and I'm not going to break that today.
Carol Monaghan.
The Chancellor has repeatedly refused to answer questions about uprating of benefits. But with the Resolution Foundation briefing last week that they expect 2 million more people to be pushed into absolute poverty, can he guarantee to the House that any attempt to balance books or to steady the ship, or whatever other expression we're going to use, is not going to be made at the expense of those that are already struggling?
Well, as I've said, and I am happy to repeat, all these decisions will be taken through the prism of the impact on the most vulnerable people in society.
Sam Tarry.
Mr. Speaker, many constituents in Ilford South will be very glad that the last Labour Prime Minister had the foresight to make the Bank of England independent when that mini-budget a few weeks ago almost tanked 6 pension funds in the UK. Madam Deputy Speaker, what I'd like to know from our new Chancellor today is what he's going to do when there's at least one more that is still at risk to ensure that pensioners in Ilford South and the millions across the country who are not only angry but frightened can seek those reassurances from the new Chancellor that you will do something concrete to shore up pension funds, not just over the next few weeks, but the next few years.
I think we've had very decisive action from the Bank of England to do exactly that, and I hope he's encouraged by what the Governor of the Bank of England said today about his belief that he has largely solved those issues.
And finally, the prize for patience and perseverance goes to Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think I now know what it feels like to have the knees of the Honourable Member for Strangford. It's a fleeting thought. It's a fleeting thought. It's gone. It's gone. Madam Deputy Speaker, pubs and hospitality businesses in my seat of St Albans are really up against it. Sucker Punch is a bar that closed its doors just a couple of days ago because they can no longer continue. Others are clinging on until Christmas, and we know that around the country hospitality businesses are saying they're going to go into complete hibernation until the spring, and that means redundancies. So would the Chancellor confirm that he does understand that hospitality is one of the sectors that is most affected and will therefore attract support? And will he also look again at this broken business rate system that is killing our pubs and high streets whilst letting multinationals off the hook?
Well, I think another of the promises that I now vainly wish I hadn't made in the summer as to policies that we should do is a fundamental review of business rates. So I have a great deal of sympathy for her on that front, and I will happily look at those issues. I don't want to promise that we're going to make any progress in the next 2 weeks because there's so many other things we have to consider, but what she said has been well heard, and I too congratulate her for her patience.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes the statement. I thank the Chancellor for taking questions for a whole 2 hours. Perfect timing. We now come to the presentation of a bill by Mr. David Linden.
Benefit cap, report on abolition bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 21st of October 2022.
Friday the 21st of October 2022. Thank you. And so we proceed to the 10-minute rule motion on financial investment and deforestation. Chris Grayling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg leave to bring in a bill to require banks and investment institutions regulated in the UK to verify and certify that they do not provide any form of financial or investment support to businesses which derive income from forest risk commodities, or that relevant local laws were complied with in relation to such commodities or for connected purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, the issue of deforestation around the world is a critical one for the future of our natural world and of our planet. The loss of forest cover has made climate change worse, has pushed millions of species closer to extinction, and continues to cause real damage to ecosystems. The threat to the three biggest forest areas in the Amazon, the Congo Basin and Southeast Asia is particularly acute, and I am very proud that the United Kingdom has taken such a lead in one of those, the Congo in particular, to try to halt deforestation there and protect the key habitats there. I know that members on all sides of this House share my concern about the conduct of the Brazilian government over deforestation in the Amazon, and I will continue to use opportunities in this House to push for change there, regardless of who wins power at the elections later this month. The deforestation threats that remain around the world overwhelmingly result from commercial pressures driven by agriculture. Forests are being cut down to make way for palm oil plantations, for soya production or for cattle ranches. In some places, like Costa Rica and Gabon, governments have put a brake on deforestation. That is hugely welcome. But in too many places, illegal deforestation is still destroying the natural world. I am proud that this country has been at the forefront of creating legislative frameworks to help address the commercial exploitation of forest risk products. The Environment Act, Madam Deputy Speaker, creates the first real framework to require UK businesses to know where their supplies are coming from and whether or not they come from areas affected by illegal deforestation. Though I have to say, I would say to ministers that I think they need to move faster than they have been in putting the necessary regulations in place to back up the Act. But what we've done should make it much harder for UK retailers to end up selling products from areas where illegal deforestation has taken place. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, more than that has to be done, and that is what this bill would seek to achieve. Because solving the problem of illegal deforestation is not just about identifying where agricultural products originate from, or about the sustainability of otherwise the supplies of commodities like timber. It's vital to follow the money as well. And that is where we need another round of change. Now, I think we should all be proud that the United Kingdom has one of the tiny number of major financial centres around the world. The City of London is probably the most important part of our economy today, generating profits that bring taxes to the Exchequer and help for pay things like the National Health Service. But it's also a place where deals are done that affect countries around the world. So it is a place where corporate responsibility is of exceptional importance. I do want the City to provide financial resource and advice to investment projects around the world and to corporations around the world. That's a given, and the City does a good job of it. But in doing so, the institutions offering those services from the United Kingdom also need to be mindful of the impact that the finance they provide has on the communities, countries and the environments they work with. And although the clearance of an area of rainforest is often carried out at a local level by people creating a new farmland area, rather than by the big corporations themselves, it is those corporations that then arrive to buy the products of that illegal land clearance. Now, the government is rightly requiring retailers to know where products like soy and palm oil come from, and that they do not sell products that are sourced from illegally deforested areas. But it's also got to be right that those financial institutions that bankroll those big corporations also apply a similar standard to the investments that they make, to the banking services that they supply, or to the shares that they purchase. Now, over the past couple of years, the government's Global Resource Initiative Task Force has looked carefully at this issue, and I commend ministers who have been involved in setting up that initiative. It found, though, I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the UK finance sector lends and invests directly and indirectly in forest product supply chains where issues genuinely exist. And although it found that there's no overall figure for the UK finance sector's exposure to forest risk ventures, it clearly identified that the support being provided to companies, sectors and financial institutions with high deforestation risk amounts to hundreds of billions of pounds of financial support and investment. It also found that while a handful of the biggest institutions internationally are working to try to address the issue, the majority of financial institutions have not taken steps to actively assess or manage deforestation risks. The majority of institutions do not have deforestation policies. Many of these are headquartered in the UK. Many others also operate local branches in the City of London. If I'm allowed to. Am I allowed? No, sorry.
This is a 10-minute rule, Bill. Mr Grayling.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I know how passionately the Honourable Gentleman feels about this as well, and I'm glad to number him amongst the sponsors of this bill. But what I would say is, even where the head office team in an institution are working to try to change their approach, all too often in a branch elsewhere, decisions are being taken by local teams that end up having the opposite effect. Now, whether that's through bond sales, banking services, investment funds, or any other route, the reality is the finance sector internationally, globally, and certainly some institutions in London are backing big international corporations which are still doing business directly or indirectly with those cutting down the rainforests. Madam Deputy Speaker, my bill would change that. It would require financial institutions to include forest risk in the due diligence they do before making any investment or providing any banking service. In the same way we're now moving to require retailers to know if the products they sell contains forest risk products from areas of illegal deforestation. I want to see the investment community required to do the same. Now, I know that the topic of regulation and deregulation in the city is a live one at the moment, and I share the ambition to see unnecessary red tape imposed on our financial services removed. All too often, regulation ticks a box, but doesn't actually make a difference. But I don't think this is an example of that. Regulation around deforestation is not the same thing. It is vital to all of us that we halt the loss of our natural habitats. We cannot afford to see the continuing loss of biodiversity in the Amazon or elsewhere. And the reality